morning to you all. My name is Ken Thomas, and together with my colleague Tony Lico here, we will be your Masters of Ceremony for this forum. Before I introduce the first speaker, I have some housekeeping to go through with you. And for this, we're going to play a short 40-second safety video to start off.
Welcome to EUROCONTROL. 3 things you need for a safe stay with us. We have one number for all emergencies. Call 99000 on any internal phone or 0272999000 if you use another telephone. If we need to evacuate, please follow the green exit signs and go to your designated assembly area outside. If you need medical assistance, our medical service is just next to the conference area. Thanks, and have a productive and safe meeting.
Okay, thank you. And in relation to that, please note that today at 11:40, we actually have our monthly test of the fire alarm. You will hear it, I promise, but you're not supposed to evacuate. So just remain seated for the max 1 minute that will take. Okay, please also note that this event is being streamed. Last year, COVID was still around and we had a hybrid event. This event is being streamed, which means it's an on-site event. People can watch it live being streamed or watch it afterwards, but they cannot interact with the session. So it's an on-site event in that respect. Looking at the agenda and the timings today, so as soon as I finish with this housekeeping, I will introduce the first speaker for the opening speech, which will be our Director General, Raul Medina, and then our Director Network Management, Jacopo Prisinotti, for the keynote speech. After that, we will have the first session of the day, which is a look back at the 2022 network situation, and then an outlook for 2023 and strategic planning. This first session will be moderated by Stephen Moore, our head of the Ops division, and the outlook for 2023 and the strategic planning will be moderated by Razvan Bukaroy, our head of the Airspace and Capacity division. We're going to finish off today with a nice network drink together. Looking forward to that. Tomorrow, we start with a session on INM, a digital journey, will be moderated by Tony. He is head of safety, but he's also head of our digital transformation. After that, we will have a session on the European ATM infrastructure, which is headed by our head of our infrastructure division, Paul Bosman. And then we'll have a lunch. And after the lunch, we will finish with a session fully dedicated to question and answers. So an open floor session before a short close out and a wrap up. It will be me and Tony who will moderate the Q&A session. Now, a few more things in that you will all have on your seats a yellow card. When you have questions, there will be time after each session to have questions, but also in the dedicated session tomorrow for questions. You can either ask for a mobile microphone, you can use the microphones where you're seated, or you can write your questions on the yellow card and give it to us. We'll try to cover the yellow card questions in the session itself. If that's not time for that, we will cover the yellow card questions in the closeout Q&A session tomorrow. Bit then on sharing experiences via the @NMuser forum. Photos, we'll be making photos for our media channels, but the photographer or one of the event organizers is going to ask you for your permission when we take close photos. Please also work with us and tell us if you don't want to be on a photo that we will publish. You're also very welcome to publish on your social media about this, preferably using the hashtag #NMuserForum, but also keep in mind the what I just said about photos for this. A little bit about practical arrangements. You have water bottles placed on your seats, and with that, please can I ask you not to bring any food or beverages from outside into this room. You have a QR code like that, where you will find the agenda details, also details about the shuttle services. And today there will be one at 1800 and one 1900. Now, take this event badge with you in the evening and use it for your access tomorrow. So keep this one. I think with that we have covered the housekeeping, and it is my great pleasure to introduce and welcome our Director General of Eurocontrol, Raul Medina, for his opening speech. Please go ahead, Raul.
Thank you, Ken. Dear colleagues, good morning and welcome to this new NM User Forum. Happy to see you all here. Since I have just started as DG of Eurocontrol, let me start by sharing with you some of my initial steps here. We are about to release the program containing the main priorities for the future, our main deliverables. It is called Raising the Bar, Eurocontrol 2030. And you will see the network manager is a central piece of this plan. The network manager and the need to strengthen the engagement among us, among the aviation family. This program underlines how important it is to get ready for this summer. Eurocontrol is working hard on the preparation for summer 2023, and this event is an essential part of that process. Technology is also a main element in this program, and especially everything related to the INM. As you know, our main program to help transform European ATM. I'm happy to see that there is a session on this today. Before moving forward, I would like to thank Jacopo and his team for organizing this event. It shows very clearly the value of coming together to learn and to plan for the future. It also shows how Jacopo is always with a lot of passion and team spirit. Thank you, Jacopo. Now we talk a lot about CDM, cooperative decision making. And this user forum shows how useful and productive CDM can be. In fact, this event is a real example of two things that I have learned about ATM. First, that people are the most important part of our industry. And second, that success only comes from working together. The title of this forum this year is Managing the New Normal. What does it mean? Well, we have to accept that many things have changed. COVID is still with us, but the travel disruption it brought has mostly gone. Even Asia is now more open, although our traffic with this region is still 24% less than in 2019. Last summer in Europe, we also had a lot of disruptions on the ground. We all know, affecting airlines, handling, airports, and also immigration. We hope that those problems are solved, but we have to wait and see. A major change is, of course, the invasion of Ukraine. I was there 2 weeks ago, and I saw myself the horror of a war in one of our member states. I can say that we at Eurocontrol are committed to doing all we can to help, both now and also once aviation is able to return. The war has had major impacts. Airspace has been closed and military activity in neighboring states has increased. Also, flights has been rerouted with more congestion in some areas. The Southeast access was busy last year, and it is expected to be even busier this year. But in this new normal, many things have not changed. People still want to travel. There is a still a strong desire for work, for holidays, for visiting friends and family. Another thing that has not changed is delays. Even last year, ATM delays were far too high, even much more than the EU target. And of course, the pressure to make aviation more sustainable has not gone away. Actually, I think it is now stronger than ever. As a result, 2023 will be complex and challenging. We are forecasting that this summer will be higher than last year. In fact, we estimate 2,500 more flights every day than in 2022. We expect to see more long-haul flights as Asia opens up, but many of these flights will have to avoid Russia, meaning more congestion in some specific areas. And if airlines, airports, and states have solved the staffing problems, that means more public focus now on ATM and on ATM delays. We will need to be open, honest, and transparent. So it is clear that preparing for this summer is a real priority, and we need to think already about summer 2024 and 2025. But it's not a job just for the network manager. We all need to work together to minimize delays and to do this as sustainably as possible. I stress working together because we are all connected. The action of any airline, ANSP, or airport can have an important impact across the network. That's why events like this are so important. The network manager plays a crucial role in making sure that everyone is working to improve not just their performance, but also the performance of the network. And I think that message is getting through. We do see stakeholders helping out, realizing that we all benefit from an efficient network. But there is, of course, much more to do. This means increasing capacity to help out another ANSP. It means filling flight plans accurately and then sticking to them, which helps improve network predictability. It means respecting slots. It means setting up an airport operations center to improve coordination with airlines and with ATC. In short, it means working together, listening to each other and learning. This is something you are all demonstrating by participating in this event today. So go for it, and thank you for listening. Back to you, Jacopo.
Thank you. Thank you, Raul. Good morning, everyone. First of all, I'm really excited because really I see finally physically everybody back in this room. It's packed, and this makes me really happy because it means that the signs of recovery are now really, really tangible. I've heard that we have more or less also 500 people connected in streaming, which is another example of the importance. And of course, the first thing that our Director General has said is of utmost importance. EUROCONTROL is here. EUROCONTROL Network Manager is here to raise the bar and support even more all our partners, all the aviation stakeholders to deliver in an important way. You saw from the agenda that we are trying to touch base on all the most important things that we're doing, from the operations to the technology. And you also perceive, I hope, the strong interest that the EUROCONTROL team has to capture all your input. So I really encourage all of you to do your utmost and push us and to contribute to do even better, as we are really eager to raise the bar. my keynote speech will be dedicated more or less to two things. First of all, a little bit about our vision and reconfirming our vision as Eurocontrol. And then, of course, of utmost importance, the challenge that we had ahead of us. First thing first. So we are, if the thing works. Okay, somebody moved it for me, thank you. First of all, of course, we are the House of Aviation, and we want to continue to be the House of Aviation. But what does this mean? It means that we are here to support, not to tell anyone what to do, but to support and contribute to building a single House of Aviation. How to do that? First of all, there's a physical thing. You guys being here together, the deployment manager colleagues coming physically here, all the associations, all the organization, the CSAR joint undertaking coming here, ECAC, major institution, the excellent work we're doing with the EASA office. I'm sure I'm forgetting things, but everybody being physically working in an optimal location. And then how we do that? We look at the challenge and we try to enter into a logic, first of all, of, now it works, of considering that we are in a good situation. Because often we are so taken by things that we don't consider exactly what's going on. As the Director General said, people want to fly. I mean, this was not a given during COVID. We were all fearing that we will not recover quickly, that people might be afraid of flying. People prefer to fly either than buy a new phone now. And the priority has raised. It's a good thing. It's a good thing for aviation because we have an expectation of continuous growth in the years to come. Of course, it will bring challenges. Of course, it's going to be complex. But we're not talking about a curve going down. We're talking about a curve going up. And this gives us even more responsibility as Eurocontrol to support all of you guys in the endeavor of managing this. And of course, one other important thing, which has been my personal mantra as well since I arrived, is the single value chain. We're coming from a history of a lot of segregated efforts, research and development going one way, deployment not fully connected to the planning and to the operations. The operations going their own way without providing contributions to what we need in terms of operational improvements. We are in Eurocontrol, and together also with my colleagues, with the other directorates, are really working hard to ensure that we get to a single value chain, which means everybody aligned. I see a great also effort and cooperation, of which I thank from the SJU, from the SDM, and all the colleagues working around that to make sure that this happens, that we are business oriented and that we look at what we really need for the future to go into operations, and also to shorten time to operations, because often it's easy to say this is something important to be implemented, but then if it takes 20 years, it's useless. Let me be very straightforward. And these are the factual, pragmatic things that is not only words that we are doing as we are speaking. And really, we ask for all your support that I'm sure is coming, because you also should be and are strong believers in this thing. And of course, we sustainability, as Raul has said, is not going to go away. It's going to be even more important. And all the efforts we do to improve the trajectory, to reduce their delays, and to do all these things are contributing positively to a sustainable growth. So this will be in our agenda as a critical element. We will have a lot of discussions during the 2 days, but this is something that is going to be an asset that we will need to consider on every action we do. And last, but I would say not least, what are we doing to further contribute from the perspective of what I just said? Trying to enact also internally that, first of all, time is not an independent variable, but to deliver quickly and rapidly all the technological improvement, the digital transformation of Eurocontrol to the best use of the stakeholders. And you see some dates here. I arrived in July 2019. We started INM in January 2020, and we want to go live at the end of next year. I think this is, in words, seems easy to say, but it's a huge effort. And I thank all the partners which are working with us, to also the industry which is working with us to ensure that this happens. Of course, we're talking about software, and you know all the variables that go around that word, but the commitment is there, the strong the strong motivation from all the teams is there, and we will deliver with this timing. And examples are based on history. We are on track. You see the picture of the new ops building, sorry. You will probably also see it from the outside. It's finished. We launched it at the beginning of 2020, and now it's ready to be used. And we'll move the legacy system within this year by porting it into the new digital platform. So these are the factual elements that give me confidence also on the results. So this is the strategy. And now really let's put our hands in the mud, as I would like to say. What is the challenge? I think our Director General touched about a significant thing, the new normal, and the title of the why is a new normal. Because again, the good thing is that we have traffic growth similar and even beyond the expectations we had. And you know, with our forecast, with our start for today, we are right on track of the baseline scenario, by the way. It means that people want to fly, but there is a new situation. The airlines, and there are a lot of colleagues from airlines here that can testify, have learned to be more reactive and to scale up and down in a much quicker way during COVID. So there's a lot of structural volatility, some of which can be corrected, some of which will remain in the system. And then we have what we call the additional complexities. One, I think we managed to solve, which was this entry-exit problem with the airports, but the wider one is the Russian aggression of Ukraine. And let me open a bracket here. I would like to associate with the Director General on the total and support and commitment, factual commitment from the EUROCONTROL and the NM team to support Ukraine in this situation, which is on our side is both technical, but I would say also political. And facts are happening, and I'm very happy to see from all the partners, a lot of the partners in this room, the support you're giving to us to ensure that this happens. Now, with regard to that, it's not going to go away. Even if we all hope situation will improve, there will be a lot of military effort beyond the closure of Ukraine, beyond the buffer areas, with a lot of exercises in the years to come, at least within this decade. And this is something we need to take into consideration. And taking this into consideration, I would again want to plead the work we're doing with NATO, because of course, this is something which is really important. And the work there in order to ensure that the best use of the common asset with the priority of course, of the defense part and which guarantees our democratic environment is done. And I think this is also clear from all the results we're starting to have on how to improve the use, for instance, of the military corridors. For the big military exercises this morning, we were discussing also with our German colleagues about the big exercises, I think it's called Orion in June, and in order to make sure that the complementarity and the best use of the asset is made. Now, back to basics. This is a basic slide which says, last year we were saturated. Traffic levels around 85% of 2019 with 20% less airspace. This year, same situation, up to 15% more traffic. This is a clear evidence that we need to do the utmost to raise the bar and organize ourselves to manage this summer. I think, and I want to be clear on that, that in a year like last year, justifications could have been made of ensuring, we're ramping up. So people understood that aviation could have had some problems, could have had some delays. I think this year we have no justification. We started the preparation of summer 2023 already in September last year, with the understanding that this was going to happen, with a great work in cooperation with full CDM to ensure the best preparation. But of course, as also the DG has said, things walk on the leg of the people. The individual contribution of each operational stakeholder is going to be essential. In a saturated environment, it's not only an NSP or an airline or an airport or a local problem. Everybody contributes to the success or unsuccess of this part. And I can assure you, you know better than me, that outside the aviation world, there's a lot of organizations which would be very happy that this would be a failure. So we need to work hard to protect aviation, and you saw the potential for growth to protect the aviation growth. Now, I made this slide because I know everybody knows that we are Europe of 41, 43 member states, 41 member states becoming 42 plus 2 adjacent. So a wide number of states. But when you make a puzzle, you immediately see that we have one aviation network, only one in Europe. There's not 2 or 3, there's one. And you have a multitude of states, which means multitude of states, multitude of organizations, multitude of NSPs, multitude of airports, multitude of airspace users, a lot of flow management positions dispersed, of course, in the ACCs, more than 5,000 connected end users. We're coming back to 11 million, close to 11 million this year with peaks, which will be at the levels of 2019. So we have a very complex environment. And we have two opportunities. In such an heterogeneous environment, it can be a value. Like, for instance, in EUROCONTROL, we have people working from 41 member states, and it is really an asset because the different cultural contribution become a value. So it can become a real value if we work closely together. We understand the higher importance of meeting the network efficiency to ensure that the local becomes a success, or it can become a risk of failure. So a call from EUROCONTROL is really, yes, we're doing all we can for preparing. There's a great work ongoing, but I think each of us needs to be the ambassadors of this strategy, because this will make the difference. And you guys who are hands-on and managing on day-to-day are the key drivers for this success. Also because any operational stakeholder will become potentially a single point of failure for the network. We have seen it in 2022, and the risk is even higher in 2023. It's not that if an airport X or an NSP Y fails to deliver the agreed capacity, is that it's a problem only for them. It becomes a wide network program. If from 2 or 3 airports in the morning, you don't use the capacity because people are not able to get through customs or through checks or with the ground handling, you misuse, you don't use the capacity in the morning, and you create problems during the day to all the other users, to all the other airports, to all the other SPs. And this is the same for an airline which doing bad scheduling, or the same for an NSP not meeting the capacity agreed capacity targets. And the situation can be dramatic for the network. So one single failure can be dramatic not for its own, but for the whole network. Now, another interesting point I wanted to share is about black or white. I hear a lot of talks of like, the summer can go well or the summer can go not so well. I don't think this is the discussion. The discussion is that we have a bandwidth of possible outcomes. It can be excellent, it can be very good, or it can be pretty good. I doubt that it would be at that level because we have huge amount of complexities to manage. So our aim must be that we go into a good or into a normal summer to ensure that we're able to deliver, that passengers and European citizens have all the best from us. But it can go also not so bad. We can have hiccups here and there. And of course, this is not only for the whole summer. There will be days that will be better than others. We might have a day with a strike, with some very bad weather, but it can go very bad. Bad or very bad, and it can even be a disaster. And our obligation is to be as far to the left as possible. And our obligation is to solve some of the structural problems that we have in the network beforehand. The Director General was mentioning the disciplined flight plan execution, stick to the flight plans. This improves predictability. The scheduling from the airlines, the sticking to the capacity from the NSPs, being a bit agile in the rostering with the 8 weeks outlook. All these things will enable to bring down the delays, the complexities in a normal day, and eventually to manage the additional complexities which would come on top, like a strike. Or if we don't do that and we go to very bad situations, it will take weeks to recover, and it will be significantly bad for not only for 2023 for aviation, but it will also be bad for the future of aviation. So I think we will never be there. I think my team and I will do all what will be needed to support every and each stakeholders to be on the left side. I'm a positive person, we will succeed. But being a positive and pragmatic person, we need to know the risk we're facing, and we need to be very, very active in ensuring that each and every individual contribution contributes to leverage the risks and move us to the left side. Now, how to do that? Partnership. And I like partnership because partnership is a nice word, but it's not only a nice word. Partnership needs commitment. Partnership is not to be nice to each other, is understanding that there's a higher target for all of us to be achieved, which will bring benefits to each and every individual organization, and work in that direction. Being supportive, of course, giving a little bit. Of course, if you do a longer route, sometimes, of course, it's more costly if you have to put some more resources, some buffer on the first rotation, and so on and so forth. But I think this is the only way to succeed. We have built in Europe an asset which is called cooperative decision making. We are all working in that direction. We have very good rules of engagement, but of course, the most important one is the motivation of the people. And that's what we are asking for and what we think should be our main target. Now, I personally commit to be the honest broker. We will not favor anyone, because in this kind of work, the role of Eurocontrol and the role of the Eurocontrol network manager is to make sure that on one side, we keep highly confidential each and every business information that we receive, to protect and make sure that the business and the competition environment is preserved. On the other side, we will act, like for instance with the measures, in a way that would be a balanced way to ensure that any kind of action will be balanced and will eventually penalize minimally each organization in a fair way. And this we are all accountable for, and this we will ensure in terms of strong effort. So I'm coming to an end by saying the most important things are having a robust plan, and we have a robust plan. We're building a robust plan, but this needs to be delivered in full partnership. And if you look at what we need is a common contribution. We are in a saturated environment, and it's not, again, in the past was majorly about the route NSPs. It's about each and every operational stakeholder's contribution to be successful. There's an airport part. There's some which are common. For instance, one of the priorities we're going to ask, focus on the first rotation. Statistically, we see that if you succeed on your first rotation during that day, normally you will be more on the left either than on the right side of the chart I showed you below. So some of the things are common, some other are peculiar to some of the operational stakeholders. You will see during the day, you will see we'll make a campaign starting from the end of March that we will ask your kind support to. You will see in these 2 days of discussions, we'll enter into the details, but the focus is each and everybody needs to contribute to this success. And I'm closing with a slogan. I think the only way to succeed is to meet this important challenge together. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Jacopo. Thank you very much, Raul, for setting the scenes, providing your vision, but also alluding to the challenges that are waiting for us. It's so good to see Europa meeting room, the core of the aviation house full. So, and also looking at the increasing number of people which are following us in the different social media where we broadcast. Now, we are spot on time. So, of course, at looking at the traffic growth, volatility, complexity, and disruption, and how to accommodate based in 2023, a classic in the NM user forum is to start at looking back at what happened in 2022. Now, you can follow the points on the agenda. We have not given you a printed agenda, but as Ken showed in his logistic introduction, on the back of your badge, you have a QR code. Scan the QR code and you see where the point of the agenda we are. So the main topic of this morning of before lunch, so until 12:30 or so, will be in the session moderated by my colleague Stephen Moore, Head of Network Operations Divisions. So it's a look back in 22 network situation, and every session like the one that you will see, it's following the same pattern. Stephen, supported by colleagues in the operation analysis in the Network Manager Operations Center, they will give some slides, and then to avoid this by PowerPoint, we have interactions with the panel. So Stephen has an impressive groups of stakeholders from airlines, ANSPs, airports, and of course, Network Manager Operations Center to debate and interact with you on what happened in 2022. So I don't want to occupy too much for the space. I would like to invite Stephen to come in front and start leading the panel. I'd like to remind that 11:40, we have this fire alarm. We will not evacuate the building nor the room, but we'll be disturbed for a minute or two during that point in the agenda. Stephen.
Thank you. Thank you, Tony, and good morning, ladies and gentlemen in the room and connected in Twitter sphere, YouTube, etc., etc. It's a great pleasure to be here and open the first session of the user forum after the introductions by my esteemed colleagues. This is the hardest session of the user forum, and I'm going to tell you for why. First and foremost, we're reviewing a year we have all lived through. So it's very difficult to make this interesting for you and different and give you some information that you individually don't know from your own perspective. It's also difficult because it's the first session and you're concentrating, which is great. I appreciate it. Thank you. But it becomes a challenge there as well. And because we're reviewing something, it's very difficult to do that without slides. EUROCONTROL, I think, is renowned for producing PowerPoint decks all of the time. We've got a PowerPoint deck. On top of that, there's a fire alarm to go through, and as Tony's just referred to, we'll take a pause when it comes and listen quietly to the fire alarm drill. And after that, we've got lunch immediately after this first session. Please don't mistake the fire alarm for the lunchtime bell. That would be embarrassing for us. But we're going to try and make it entertaining for you, and we're going to try and make it interesting. And so instead of doing 90 minutes with myself and my colleagues on PowerPoint slides reviewing last year, I am so pleased and very grateful to, in due course, introduce our external panelists. You can see them to my left there, who are going to be in a panel session after we've done the mandatory PowerPoint slides that we need to do. But it won't be 90 minutes of that. So from the Ops Division, I would just like to do a brief introduction. I would like first and foremost to extend my thanks to every individual member of the team in the Operations Division here at EUROCONTROL for their hard work during summer 22, but also in anticipation of their collaboration and working together on that joint challenge for the network this year. In the Operations Division, we have 4 critical areas. The Operations Support area, training competency, crisis management, and so on. The area itself is led by Mattis Bierdenheider. You will see him tomorrow. The Airport unit, led by Vincent Trev, works very closely with the stakeholders, airport stakeholders in the network, as well as with us in the Operations Center. The Network Management Operations Center and the Post-Operations Analysis area, led by a capable group of 6 ops managers, one of whom is here representing the Ops Center, Daniel Desjardins, and he will be speaking very shortly as well, so thank you. And finally, the Ops Transformation Unit, which is led by Chris Peregrine, helping us in operations drive the changes necessary to go from the systems and the operational practices and procedures we have today in the Network Management Center through to those we need for the future, as well as many other areas. By which point, Chris, that's your cue. I'd like to hand over to Chris Peregrine for the first part of this review of 22.
Thank you, Stephen, and thank you very much for that comprehensive introduction. So I'm going to go through a few slides. I'm going to try and keep it relatively high level and relatively statistic free. But I just wanted to give you an overview of how we saw the network in 22. The statistics that we see will be compared to 2019. But I think we've made a decision from now on that we will not compare to 2019 when we look at 2023. That will be compared to this year as we move forward. Those of you that attend our weekly review meeting will recognize this slide. This is now for the whole of the year, red delay, ATFM delay for 2022 compared to the green of 2019, I apologize. There you go. So the yellow line as well represents the traffic. Traffic then, as was mentioned by Jacopo before, over the whole year recovered to 83% of 2019 levels. Of course, there were variations, and I'll go into that shortly. By coincidence, delay was also at 83% of 2019 levels. And I just want to go through quickly this slide to show how that delay propagated throughout the year. You can see that the beginning of the year up until April, 2022 delay was significantly below that of previous 2019. Much of that was because traffic was ramping up quite slowly during that period, mainly because of the Omicron variant of COVID had suppressed some of the growth that we were expecting. But once traffic did start to ramp up, you can see that there were various influences on the network and on delay. We had a couple of implementations, one in RAS with the 4-flight implementation. Later on in the year, we've had the beginning of the implementation in Marseille as well. Very well coordinated. We'll have some more details on that later, but it did generate some delay. There were some social negotiations ongoing in Warsaw. You can see that generated some delay up until May when those issues were largely resolved. But you can also see up until June, we were significantly below those 2019 levels. A few peaks during the summer, mainly led by weather. A little bit of industrial action took us above those 2019 levels. But it really wasn't until September that we saw delay in the network going above those levels. And that was mainly influenced by industrial action that occurred in the latter part of the year. But I think it's important to state that although we didn't maybe reach some of the extreme peaks of 2019, the delay was still quite significant. And those issues that were there in 2019 have come back in the network in 2022 and are likely to continue, as mentioned before. Let's have a quick look at traffic then. As I mentioned, 83% of 2019 traffic, but that varied. As Raoul mentioned earlier on, the Southeastern Europe, the Southeast axis, as we call it, was above 2019 levels over the whole year. But of course, during periods of the summer, it was significantly above 2019 traffic levels. The demand in that part of the network was extremely high, and you can see that reflected in those figures. The southwestern part, the southwest axis, as we call it, generally slightly below 2019 levels. But I think, as I said before, it's important to understand that during peak parts of the summer, we were certainly up at those levels, and in some cases above. Ukraine from the end of February onwards, obviously was significantly affected and lost all of the traffic. And that obviously had an influence in various parts of the network as traffic rerouted through Poland and Hungary from this more core area of the network, but also Armenia and Azerbaijan took an awful lot of traffic that was rerouting through from Russia into Turkey and beyond, and they had a significant traffic growth as a result. So let's look at delay. You can see in the top left-hand corner there some of the numbers. I'm not going to go through those if you don't mind, because they are statistics, and I have rounded those up in the previous slides. I would like to just point out though that delay per flight was about the same level as 2019, and delay per delayed flight was actually up. So you know, those are the things that are actually affecting the day-to-day flying, and I think that's important to note. The graphic here is representing where delay has increased, those areas of the network where it has increased compared to pre-COVID times. The biggest increase really was in the southern Karlsruhe sectors, where they abut to Vienna airspace and such like Donau, Chiemsee, etc. So that area of the network experienced the highest increases. But as you can see there, some of the things I mentioned before with 4-flight and some of those implementations, as well as weather in the Balkan area, generated quite significant increases in delay. Delay breakdown, don't worry, I'm not going to go through all of those numbers, but as a quick summary of that, delays in the en route area, ATC staffing actually reduced, but that was more than compensated by the increase in what we call special event and other regulation reasons. Special event was largely those airspace transitions I mentioned before, so the 4-flight in RAS, Top Sky in Portugal and in the Czech Republic, but an other which in this particular case, because it does rather cover a multitude of reasons, But in this particular case, much of that was due to the military activity associated with Ukraine. And obviously that has caused some congestion and issues in the network. Moving on to airports, it was mentioned both by Jacopo and by Raul. Airport delay from an ATM perspective did reduce in aerodrome capacity, ATC capacity and weather. Staffing increased and non-ATFM ground delays increased as well. That's now becoming an influence on the network, and Vincent will give us a little bit more information on that in further slides, but I think it's important to point that out at this stage. The next slide, and one of my final slides, looks at delay per flight, as we mentioned before. So there's the figures there. I think it's important here. The takeaway from this slide is that delay has come back. We are at many of those pre-pandemic structural issues are still there. ATFM delay is higher generally at the weekend, both in en route and in airports. The pre-pandemic capacity issues, as I say, Karlsruhe, for example, is still an issue. We had strikes returning from September onwards. I'll come back to that shortly. Gatwick, Tel Aviv and Amsterdam had the highest ATFM delay, but again, exacerbated by the ground issues there. There were some positives though, and I think it's important to point those out. Most ACCs had very low or zero delays. Where there are problems, they're concentrated in a small area. Small number, should I say, of ACCs and ANSPs. The Greek airports, which historically have been a significant problem in the network, have increased capacity and are reaching network average levels of punctuality. So there are positives to take away from this as well. We mentioned volatility. I'm not going to try and explain all of the details on this slide. There are many, many contributory factors to volatility, and I think we'll discuss quite a lot of those throughout the 2 days. But some of the contributory factors that are specific to ATFM, but by no means comprehensive, regulations and regulation modifications. So whenever we modify a regulation for whatever reason, of course, that means that we recalculate all our slots and resend out slots. That causes predictability and volatility issues, and that increased by 11% this year. Slot revision messages, so all of the updates that happen, so we recalculate and we're sending out 25% more messages per regulated flight. Now, that is not just because of changes to regulations, it's changes to flight plans that come from the aircraft operators for any number of reasons, but they are most definitely contributory factors. And they increased quite significantly over 2022. I think the other thing I'd like to point out is that actually now we have much more accurate data. This is something that is not necessarily new, although since the pandemic, and we have much more accurate ADS-B data and from further away outside of the network, then we're now updating our profiles much more. We also, of course, have CDM, and more airports are coming into CDM. We have much more information. We're updating our profiles a lot more. But the better reflection of reality is actually the downside of having all that accuracy. It does show what is already there, that volatility, that lack of predictability. It's something that's going to present a real challenge to us going forward, and hopefully we can have some discussions on that shortly. Coming very close now to my last couple of slides, you'd be relieved to know ATC industrial action. You can see the difference in delay there. So obviously less, but I think it's important to point out that it was really from September onwards, and in fact the industrial action mentioned in this, depicted in this slide, shows was actually higher delay than anything in 2019, and those of you, most of you will be well aware that this is continuing into 2023. It remains a significant network issue. And then we're looking at rocket launches. We had earlier this year, although planned initially towards the end of last year, we had our first commercial rocket launch that we were closely involved with. In the Southwest approaches, a rocket was a satellite carrying rocket was launched from a converted 747. And you can see the airspaces that were protected there. A lot of coordination going with all of the involved states, as well as the network manager. This is a blueprint for the future. There's going to be lots more of these, but the coordination and cooperation, although it was a lot of work, it worked extremely well. Now, the launch itself from an air traffic perspective was very successful, unfortunately, due to technical issues. Of course, I think we're aware that the actual satellites didn't deploy, but in the future, we will have many more of these launches and we need to prepare for them. We also, of course, what goes up must come down. And there was a number of re-entries of satellites. This is something that we worked with the Spanish, with the French to try and mitigate the potential impacts of that. So various zero rate regulations were applied. You can see the significant number of reroutings, the delay and the problems, the delay to many operators as a result of that. We also had regulations applied in Marseille airspace, which generated some issues. First of all, because they were applied quite late stage, and also they caused problems with coordination with the Italians. The point here is that we need to look at how we better coordinate for these events. We need to look at how we manage risk for these events, and they're going to continue. We need to look at who owns that risk, and in fact, whether or not ATFM measures are the most appropriate way of handling this these sorts of events, particularly as in fact most of the debris ended up in the Pacific Ocean and nowhere near Europe. So these are things that we need to address as they are going to become more and more of an issue. These are obviously operational issues, and I think that gives me a very good chance to introduce Daniel Desjahets, who's going to give us the NMOC or the operations view going forward. Daniel.
Yeah. Okay, thank you, Chris, and good morning, everyone. So I will try to share with you the NMOC point of view for last year. So yes, traffic is back, and so I have to push maybe on that one. Yes, traffic is back and operations are back. So and that means associated to it the usual constraint of the network, which resulted in capacity issues, staffing issues, and to a less extent 2022 weather issues. But what we felt different this year compared to 2019 is an additional complexity in the network. And there are several elements for it. So the first one is obviously the traffic growth. Another important element is the situation over Ukraine. Then there have been as well a lot of significant NHP transition plan that have an impact on the network. And then what we call the post-COVID resistance in ATFM personnel, and I will develop this just after. Considering the traffic growth, in fact, although the figures for 2022 is 83% from 2019, in fact, the traffic recovery didn't spread equally in geographical areas and in time. If you check on the maps over there, the countries that are in a black color, in fact, represent the traffic level where we reach 100%. It's mainly along the southwest axis and the southeast axis. But in some countries over the southeast axis, we're even well above 100%. Another thing that we notice, and it happens most in the second part of the year 2022, is that there is a slight decrease for flight demand on the southwest destination, and then slight decrease on the southeast destination. One element could be that the price increase overspend due to inflation and crazy energy. But that's something that we need to monitor. We're not sure yet about it. The next element is obviously the main topic, the situation over Ukraine. So the non-availability of the Ukrainian airspace to the traffic restriction over Belarus and Russia, in fact, resulted in more or less 20% less available airspace for airline and forced many flights to unload the neighboring CCs. So that created a complex situation. Also, we noticed a huge increase of ad hoc military activity, mainly on the countries along the border with Ukraine, but not exclusively. And then from our perspective, we had to manage quite a lot of, to create, in fact, quite a lot of restriction and monitor them to comply with the NOTAM publication and all the EU or EASA requirements. That was a complex work done mainly by our colleagues in the flight planning unit. So as mentioned previously, there have been quite a lot of NHP transition plan, the 4th flight in Reims and Marseille, and then of course as well the Top Sky implementation in Prague and Lisbon. Just much more recently, and the ops implementation will be in March, but as well, there was this ICAS live trial in Munich in December. Okay, post-COVID readiness in ATFM personnel. So in fact, that's what we call like this. It's a kind of something that is kind of readiness that we have noticed in all areas. It applied to us as well, where the ops staff seems to have lost a little bit the best practice, the operational as well, the procedures, and sometimes a little bit the expertise. Part of this as well, a lot of staffing issues still related to COVID, but not exclusively. Sometimes simply there were not enough staff to cover and to cope with the traffic demand. So in NMOC, what did we do in 2022, or at least what did we do differently? And I would like to insist on differently. So first, on our support to NSPs, obviously, like in earlier, we support the transition plan and the major SPS design project. Just an example, the pre-validation exercise. So it's a service that we offer to NSP so that they can anticipate any operational issues before they act by pre-validating the data with our systems. Obviously, during COVID time, it was reduced to a minimum, but we developed a way to continue the service. It did not stop using a remote access to the systems. And in 2022, we saw a huge increase compared to previous year in the number on hybrid mode, so sometimes remotely, sometimes on site. But what we try to make different now is try to engage as well the CFSPs and the airlines with us to support the data validation so that they are not caught by surprise at the Iraq cycle as well. The second element or measure that we did differently, I would say, and that's thanks to the support from ECD, Razvan and Stephanie team. We, NMOC, were involved at earlier stage to prepare the transition plan of many NSPs. As an example, for the SNA, the FORFlight in Reims and in Marseille. So we could bring our pre-tactical and tactical element to the checklist preparation. And one of those elements was eventually to offer the possibility to host them inside, to have their support inside NMOC during the first phase of the transition plan. That we did with with Reims first in April, then Marseille later in December. And in fact, it was a unique opportunity for them first to bring their local expertise to us, and at the same time for us to share with them the network picture, and as well to show them the impact of their action to the rest of the network. So just to give you an example, when we did it in Reims, so for the 2 weeks in April, we were working side-by-side position, and during the first 4 or 5 days during the implementation, we managed to exclude or improve more than 150 flights per day. That's something that we'll never achieve by phone or by B2B. So obviously that was a good win-win, not only for the SNA and for us, but for the rest of the network. And that's something that we would like to promote, and we will talk about it later this afternoon for the next year to 23. Support to aircraft operator, yes, the situation over Ukraine was quite complex, and we had to provide a better assistance to airlines to avoid and to comply to the derogation process as well. We continue to provide, obviously, rerouting and manual action on delay mitigation. We continue to provide assistance to critical flights, just to tackle the crew hours or the night curfew. That could be done via the help desk or the hour hotline. And we hosted quite a lot of training and familiarization visits as well on request of the airline. The support for the airports, 3 main actions. This was done mainly to our airport function in NMOC. So first of all is to monitor the adherence to airport slot. So first checking already at the flight plan to see if the ETA was corresponding to the airport slot. And from there, we try to track the flight along the day and to make sure that this flight will arrive on time. The first rotation optimization to avoid, obviously, reactionary delay. And then a good assistance to night curfew. So we identify already in the morning what could be the potential flight entering into a night curfew. And then from there, we are taking the tail number, and we already track the flight from the earliest rotation so that we can make sure that it will arrive on time. Finally, the support to military units. There was a big increase of military activity this year. So in total, 88 military exercises in 2022. So that represents more or less 60% of increase of military movement in Europe, if you compare with the last 3 years. And as well as from the end of February, our Milo, in fact, was seconded to NATO Aircom Ramstein to facilitate the IFR GAT traffic on the military side. Finally, thanks to our manual action, we managed to keep our target. So at the end of the year, the delay saving was at, on the en route side 11.6, which represents more than 2 million minutes of save. And then the airport delay saving was at 8.6, so a target being 5, and that represents 358,000 minutes of saving. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I will just give try to give a quick overview, and as introduced by Chris earlier in the presentation. Clearly, we all know that we saw that in the press, we saw that in the report, we saw that in the CODA code we received about delay, that the airport was one of the issues in the network last summer. I just focus here on the sorry, top 40 airport. Why? Because it's also actually accepted that the very small airport have suffered less of the issue on the ground because of it's just obviously easier to deal with 2-3 departures an hour than to manage a bigger hub, including connectivity and long haul traffic. So if what you see here, it's a comparison between May to September 2019 and May to September 2022, trying to allocate or allocating, in fact, all the delay for the top 40 airport in 4 main categories. Of course, you can find many more in the reporting we have, but this is interesting to have this helicopter view. First, you have the reactionary delay. I will come back on that. This is a big yellow box on the right. You have the reduction of the ATFM airport related delay. This is a gray box. This is a significant reduction. Also a consequence of basically the en route regulation that protected the airport. You have slight increase of the regulation en route on the departure delay in the airport, and a quite significant increase of ground delay. What do I mean when I refer to ground delay? But it's essentially what's not reactionary and what's not ATFM. Why did we look at that? It's really because we know that, and for many reasons that will be certainly discussed this morning, essentially staffing had an incredible impact on the airport efficiency in terms of ground handling, security, baggages, at all levels in the airport. That was a challenge, and that was really something that was relatively new. It was in the system before, but not at that magnitude. So we focus on that one to have a helicopter view and try to understand what's going on into a black box, so-called an airport. We, by the way, refer to ground delay and not airport delay, because we absolutely acknowledge that this cannot be associated to airport operator. Essentially, it's many things happening in the airport. This is airline scheduled, ground handling, customer airlines, connectivity. So difficult to point out anyone specifically here, but globally, we have this airport box and we have a late departure. And as I said, we try to exclude late departure that are resulting from regulation or late arrival. We can obviously not blame an airport or a system on the ground to fail in departing on time when you arrive late. And the same for the regulation. And when we do this, we end up analyzing absolutely all flights that took place between May and September 2022. And I give just an example of a flight here, Iberia going from Charles de Gaulle to Madrid, scheduled at 8:20 to arrive in Paris at 8:20 and arriving at 8:13. So basically absolutely on time. However, leaving at 9:34 in place of 9:05 without any regulation. So that flight was on time, was not regulated, was no issue in the sector on its route to Madrid. However, it departed with 30 minutes delay and arrived with 11 minutes delay at destination in Madrid. As I said, this represented more or less, it varies from airport to airport, 40 to 50% of the delay we observe in departing in the top 40 airports. And when we look at the shape of this evolution of ground delay, we had on the left 2019 evolution. This is relatively stable, around 5.5 minutes per flight. And we had in 2022 a very significant peak reaching up to 11 minutes on average per flight in the top 40 airport early July. It improved all along July and August until September, when we had a massive rebound. Or here it's not that visible, but if I take that line for a specific airport, we know that in many airports, the staffing that was improved during the summer stopped early September. And we had incredible peaks, sometimes even higher compared to the peak we saw early July in this location, what tend to show that the problem, at least in September, were not totally solved. And that's obviously a matter of concern for next year, even if we absolutely acknowledge we were in touch with most of the airport to debrief on this statement that was recognized, analyzed, and many actions that will be visible in network operation plan have been taken by the airport for improving that, but obviously that will be a challenge for next year. If we put that on a map and we look at the airport that generate this ground delay, without surprise, again, that was something very visible. It was UK, essentially, Netherlands and Spain. And when you see in green, this is the one where things went reasonably well. But when you look at where this delay end up, this is another picture. And you see that many airports in the south suffer from late arrival generated by others. So this is exactly the kind of situation you try to avoid. Obviously, the reasons are known. Staffing was one of the biggest one. It will be partially, hopefully completely resolved for next summer. But we have to follow that carefully and also listen to the different actors to understand the reason for that, understand how it can be better anticipate and taken into account in the flow management. That closes my overview of the airport, and back to you, Stephen.
Many thanks, Vincent, and also to Daniel and Chris. So now we turn to the point with 4 minutes to go, give or take, before the fire alarm kicks in, to move to the panel discussion. And as I said right at the very start, introduction of this session, it's a great delight to welcome users of the network manager services, stakeholders in the network across all of the major areas here today, who have very kindly agreed to become part of the panel. If I could ask Daniel to come down and join us at the front as well, from the NMOC perspective. I guess, like me, you can share in the glory of the DG seat. Yeah. I can assure you all it's exactly the same as the seat you're seated upon. And we'll get underway with the panel. And I'll ask the panelists, if I may, starting with Graham, just to walk around and introduce themselves and to give themselves a few minutes just to give you their review, their feedback, their thoughts of 2022. So with greatest pleasure, you can see the names there. I won't read them all through. Graham, over to you. Thank you, sir.
Thanks, Stephen, and thank you. It's fantastic to sort of be here and see everybody. I'm clearly going to get cut off by the fire alarm, which may not be a bad thing for most people here. So I head up the aerodrome at Gatwick, and much as I may have been there sort of just over 3 years, this certainly was a steep learning curve this summer, as we sort of heard about many of the things that have happened. And then, as you saw from the slides presented there by Chris, and I'm sure many of you have seen the report, Gatwick doesn't feature in the best of the top 20, and it's certainly not a top 20 that I plan to be on next year, which is clearly where lots of value of this session over the next 2 days come in. So yeah, to the point around some of the learnings for from summer 22, or what we saw, as already mentioned, I think Daniel mentioned the rustiness aspects. So absolutely, that scale of skill fade and skill gap across our industry and our ecosystem was certainly probably larger than maybe understood at the time. And then the level of mitigation needed to be put in to ensure the safety of our operations then potentially led and increased to some of the outputs that we then saw there, whether that's through spacing, RT, and many other things. Also, the resource piece has already been referenced, whether it's resource and the challenges of resource within our local ANSP provider, and how that then in what was one aspect of challenge. And then with the first wave, as was also referenced, as being absolutely critical to a day with an airport with a highly constrained single runway operation. Actually, when you don't start off and get starvation at the start of the day, it clearly has a wider knock-on impact through the rest. So again, that first wave being critical to us as it is to many, and what's already been cited in the room. And then the last thing for me of the three was really ground handlers, and how the impact of the ground handling is a strategic sort of weakness potentially for us as an airport, especially in the way that it's set up in the UK, and actually a better focus on that in the years ahead. So I beat the alarm. So hand over to Andreas Berlin.
Thank you, Greg. Andreas, welcome.
Thank you, Stephen. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for inviting us. Graham, you makes me, it's difficult because you said everything. We have the same issues, but I think I should start with some figures, and now you should be strong. Listen to some figures. What happened in Berlin?
Please do not leave the building. Attention, attention. Nous allons tester les sirènes et les messages d'évacuation. Now complete. C'est terminé.
Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Let's return to the room, and what a wonderful way to grab everyone's attention. Andreas, back to you. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, everybody, to staying in the room. What happened in Berlin last year? It was not one of the best years of in Berlin airport history. We had 165,000 movements and around 20 million passengers, and we have now 60% of the level of traffic level before COVID of 2019. We are on 60%. This year we expect a growth by 20%. We are quite sure that this growth will come. That means that we will be end of the year still 20% under the results of 2019. Last summer schedule, I think Vincent mentioned it, we had a punctuality of 61% of all departed flights. It means 61% of all departures were on time. This is not a good result, and there have to be some changes. We have found some topics. What was the reason for this poor result? At the end, there are three quite simple topics. First one is you've seen it on the slides, the big number of inbound delays. So we've seen half of our departure delays is caused by late arrival. This depends from this terrible war in Ukraine, and as long as this war goes on, I think we have to live with this situation. So this topic is like it is, and we all hope that this terrible war will stop as soon as possible. Second topic, this is, you mentioned it, staffing level. Last summer we had a lack of nearly 600 people in the operational services at the airport. 600 people left their companies, service providers, after COVID. So we had to make the business with a total of 600 less. So we said, okay, now we will start recruiting programs, making it together. But reality is aviation world and airport world is not so attractive as it was till COVID. So simple example, when we gave a job on the market, in the past we had between 200 and 400 applicants. Say, yes, I would do this. Today we have for the same job 20 or 30. and minimum half of them, there's no need to invite them because they can't do it. This is a terrible situation. We don't have an answer. We are increasing all activities for getting people. We are quite happy to might have enough stuff for the summer, but it is not a solution for all the future. It's a critical point. Next point, next topic is this, you named it, more accurate data. Last summer, we saw that we had a lot of changes in flight schedules. We name it short time changes, and it brought everybody in big problems. And I have to ask you, please do not, or please do your schedules as best as you can. Make no politics with these schedules. Many airlines, are selling this golden package. They are going to ground handle, they are going to airports and say, hey, you can have this number of flights, this huge number. And they say, yeah, okay, but give us a good price. Everybody is doing good price. Then the big golden package was not a good package. And if they're coming next time and say, hey, give us a good price, you will get a platinum package. They say, yes, I will do nothing. And you got a good price. And at the end, then the flights are coming and we are missing the stuff and we are missing all this. We have huge problems at the ground handlers and we have huge problems with security. So these are the points we have to work on. We need a very detailed planning, and this detailed planning should be fixed minimum with 1 month in advance. You should know nearly every service provider has due to shift systems and all these labor things, they need 2 weeks to change shifts for the staff. They need 2 weeks. And if you change the schedule before, this brings problems. We have to look more detailed on the first wave operation, and we have to look more details on the night curfew. These two issues, I will reflect your slides, are the main issues for our futuring cooperation. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed, Andreas. It was very interesting. And I think from the stability perspective, that's absolutely key to all stakeholders in the network. So changing the focus slightly then from the ANSPs, I'm very pleased to welcome Andreas. Thank you. And over to you, sir.
Thank you, Stephen. Good morning to everybody. I'm also Andreas, and I'm head of operations and flow management of Karlsruhe USC. And first of all, we had a very special and exhausting year 2022 because of lots of unpredictable events. We've heard about a lot of that in your slides before. In principle, we had to handle up to about 90% of the traffic level of 2019. In peak times, we worked up to 140%, even higher in certain hours in individual sectors, especially in our sector group South. Chris, you mentioned it also before. And therefore, I regret being the one generating the biggest part of delay in Europe. We're not proud on that, but be sure we try to do or to get our very best this year to get as far as possible on the left-hand side on your outcome slide, Jacopo. So therefore, there are lots of subjects mentioned which we had to deal with last year. But one of the main things we are struggling still, or we had to deal with very badly, is our personal staff shortage. So therefore, I don't know whether it's getting much better this year or not, but I promise we do everything we can just to get into a better situation as we had it last year. Another point which we had to deal with was the shift of the southeast axis. So therefore, we had a lot of traffic unexpected in also our southern sector groups. And to summarize all of that, our year 22 was very bad. Getting into the hope that this year will be much better than last year. We'll come into more details later on when we are talking about 2023. And for more details, I'd like to pass later on to my colleague. But first of all, thank you for your audience.
Thank you indeed, Andreas, not only for the information, but also the honesty there as well. It's very much appreciated. On to then Yolanda, known to many. It's great to see you again, and thank you for joining us. Over to you.
Thank you, Stephen. Thank you for inviting me to this panel and to be able to share my views and my experience. I am the head of the Traffic Flow Management and Airspace Management Division at NAIRE, and this position allows me to have been involved in many related matters that involve ATF and ASM synchronization. So I'm going to start one of my first learning points from this summer. I am sure, Stephen, that you guess which is the point I'm going to bring to the table is regarding the network disturbances caused by the new entrants. I was lucky to be involved in both of the events that have been mentioned so far, the Virgin Orbit launch and the debris, the Chinese debris rocket. So I think the lesson learned here is, well, the key word is network. Network vision, network approach, and proactive role of the network manager. One of the main functions of the network manager is precisely to direct all these actions in coordination with the air navigation service providers, of course, but to direct these actions that trying to mitigate these bottlenecks, irrespective of the reason. We have seen in the slides that the staffing issues, weather, bottlenecks caused by industrial action or transition plans. And this is a new cause of a bottleneck, but it has to be addressed in the same way. We need this network approach. It is already here, and we need to be prepared for it. So I think this is my main learning. And well, regarding our performance as air navigation service provider in this summer, in NAIRE, we had been in the right side of the line. But I would like to bring here to the table another point is that our planning as air navigation service providers depend very much on the reliable predictions, as Andreas has mentioned, for the airports. These predictions in both in the strategic timing when we prepare our network operation plan, and when we use the 6 weeks rolling knob provided by the network manager, we depend very much on them. We cannot improvise a capacity plan for next summer if the prediction is increased in a 50% as it is going to be for next summer. So our performance is very much dependent on these predictions. And of course, we have to be also scalable and flexible in the tactical operation. This is what we have tried this summer, and we use our management staff to cover positions when we had these unexpected traffic peaks on the day of the operation. And we have implemented new traffic flow management tools. We use now occupancy to be more flexible and to use these more dynamic configurations in the control rooms. Of course, that the air navigation service providers have to be flexible and have this be scalable. But the point I wanted to raise is that we are very, very much dependent on the traffic demand predictions. These 2 points were the ones that I consider more important from last summer.
Thank you very much, Yolanda. Very welcome indeed with the feedback. Thomas, good morning still to you, and welcome from Brussels Airlines. Over to you.
Yeah, thank you, Stephen, for inviting us here. So I'm Thomas. I am CA liaison officer for Brussels Airlines, responsible for the OCC and navigation office and ATM. Maybe just start with some figures from our side. Last year we had 54,000 flights. We transported 34 million kilograms of cargo, and as we are a passenger airline, we transported about 7 million passengers. So as a small airline, all by all, I think we did quite a good job. However, we saw mainly on-time performance not at the level that we wanted to have it, and as such the regularity was also certainly not at the stage we ever have seen before. Even 2018, 2019, which were also very heavy summers, the regularity was not that bad as we had it last year. The main reasons for that were mainly going into an airport without delay and coming out with heavy delay, as the colleagues from the airports already told themselves, mainly also related due to staffing issues with the handlers, with security and so on. But also looking at staffing, it was also for the airline itself very difficult in our own OCC to find the right people. But next to that, also in the whole company, meaning pilots, cabin crew, ground staff as well. It's very challenging times to find the right people. However, there are plenty open positions. And on top of that, we had to face many strikes in several countries around Europe, but also internally, and national strikes in Belgium as well, which didn't help at all. And in some cases, almost all operations were shut down for the whole day. And we had several cases of that last year, which certainly didn't help at all for the good numbers. So that's, I think, my main keynote for you.
Thank you very much indeed, Thomas, and very grateful that you're able to join us today. And to our next airline representatives then, we have two colleagues from Air France, Nicolas and Raphael. Over to you, gentlemen.
Thank you, Stephen. Good morning to everyone. My name is Nicolas Galtier. I'm the head of ATM unit at Air France Operation Control Center. My role, of course, is to manage the ATM dispatcher team, and our common objective is to reduce the impact of ATFM delay on Air France operations. I'm also involved in projects, protocol management and post-ops analysis. And so I'm going to share some analysis about last year. 2022 was good or not too bad year if we consider the ramp up of traffic. But of course, in terms of delay, it was a hard year. The total ATFM delay for Air France was lower last year than 2018, but higher than 2019 during the summer period, which is a bad result for us, despite lower traffic. The main reason was weather, with 31% of the total ATFM delay, mainly on the en route part. This represents exactly the same amount of minutes than in 2019. The second reason is ATC capacity, with a slight increase compared to 2019. largely due to traffic shift towards southeast axis, and side effects on Paris East ACC, Reims, and Karlsruhe, as you all know. ATC staffing is the third reason, with an increase by 79% compared to 2019. I don't talk about the strikes, you did it very well. Special event, in other words, the implementation of 4 flights in Reims ACC, in ex-ACC, also Top Sky in Portugal, has generated delay. I don't mention the amount, but anyway, this shall be soon compensated by the higher capacity offered in the next months or in the next years. In the end, the result of that, our delay per operated flight has increased by 22%. And our delay per regulated flight has increased by 25% compared to 2019. And this is, of course, the sign of higher complexity and network still under pressure. I just finished with a couple of positive points for flight. First, I already talked about it, but we've noticed a very good cooperation between DNM, DSNA, DFS, MIWAC, Skyguide, airlines, and other stakeholders that I probably forget. We've had also very good preparation and a good support from the NMOC and DSNA. I can just say a few words also about green aviation projects that are still that are ongoing or still expanding, such as CDO, contrails avoidance, and dynamic rad. And now we're looking forward taking the benefits of these projects and these implementations. And I let the floor to my colleague Raphael, who will be very helpful to answer your questions.
Yes, hello everyone. Thanks, Steven, for giving us the floor and all of us to express what has happened for this summer. I'm Raphael Herol. I'm the head of ATM and CNS development within Flight Ops in Air France, and I'm also the head of the CESAR program within Air France operations. To be honest, I could have, from what I've heard, I could have seen the glass half empty, saying to you, all of us, guys, what has changed since 2018, 2019. But basically, I also see the glass half full. Because there are some good thing that I see happening in a network and in our house of aviation. I think the signal evaluation is really taking place, and I really adhere to what Mr. Jacopo Priscinotti says at the beginning. We see some good projects going on that are delivering for the summer. We could go through many projects that help the operation this summer, but I will take maybe some two that are special to my heart. The first one is really the implementation of the free route airspace that is ongoing within the European airspace, and we have seen also the benefit this summer regarding the way that the eastern part of Europe could have been reconfigured, sorry, in a few days and weeks, and we discussed about this with Mr. Bucorio. It's a huge challenge that have been made in 10-15 days. So that really see that the free route was some good progress, good benefits. It is also a good collaboration with France and DNM with the people supporting us with the development on free route in the west part of France. We have made some good experiment to enhance the efficiency, the vertical efficiency, and thanks to the free route and all the work that has been done by Bordeaux, by Brest, but also many other actors there. I see our liaison in DNM that is doing a huge work. We have seen some great benefits going on to enhance our environmental efficiency and be much more efficient, because everybody speak about capacity, about delays, etc. The environmental pressure is quite huge, and we have to keep it also in mind. So free route, those developments are very good. We are still at the beginning of the journey, and I really hope that we will see the cross-border free route going on, and especially in the core area. The second pillar also that I see very promising, we always speak about predictability, volatility, etc. And we have seen something coming, like the ADAC extended point profile, and the fact that the connectivity between the aircraft system and the controller position is enhanced. We see that trajectory-based operation is not anymore something virtual, something that we speak in the books, but today it really shows some really promising things, like we have seen, for example, in Maastricht, where the fact that the controllers get better information from what is happening in the cockpit, it really helped to enhance the operation. So this is also some big projects that are coming by thanks to the CESAR framework, thanks to the involvement of all the operational actors, and we really hope that in 2023 we will continue this work. We will push this trajectory-based operation forward, especially on the AF6 part, and that because the solution to our day-to-day problems, some of those solutions are there. It won't solve everything, but we need to continue and to work more closely in this single value chain. Many thanks.
Thank you very much indeed, Raphael, and for reminding us that despite the challenges in 2022, we can still look positively on many of the coordinations and collaborations that occurred, and not least with the glass half full, reminding us that it won't be long till lunchtime. Not finally, but from the external speaker's perspective, it's a great pleasure to welcome you, Holger, from DFS. Over to you, sir.
Thank you very much. Hello, everybody. My name is Holger Schneider. I am an operational supervisor at Karlsruhe UAC, and also still active air traffic controller. And I have for many years now some special tasks in the flow management and capacity topics that we are faced with in Karlsruhe. Thank you very much for having us. I think it's a great opportunity, a great chance to give you an insight into our point of view, into our or the things that we are faced with. And in addition to what Andreas said already about the proceedings of 2022, I would like to give you a little bit of an operational insight into the issues that we were facing. So first and foremost, I agree to everybody, and especially to what Andreas said. It was a very demanding and challenging year that we faced because of not only what we expected from our own issues that are well known in the community from the past years, but also from the external factors that suddenly we found ourselves right in the middle of a lot of things. Not only the technical implementation in France, which was just a shifting of the RAT measures. We were prepared for this, but then we had the military issues. We had legal or the tariff issues on the east, on our east border. A lot of traffic shifting, and the major thing for our operations was the military demands that were just changing on a daily basis. So it was very difficult to adjust to them on a pre-tactical base. The pre-tactical planning was still possible, but proved to be not very stable on the day of operation. And this created a great issue to us. In addition to this, I mean, this is a takeaway for us as well. It is very difficult when you're faced with a situation for the first time, and you have a group of about 50 people, 35 supervisors and about 15 flight management colleagues to pass on information, to pass on a reliable information. Experience that you make today is probably not very valid for tomorrow's operations, but I mean, everybody tried to make the best. And yeah, I think this is for us a takeaway that this way of communication needs some kind of improvement. But on the other hand, I mean, this situation was developing. And once you had a good feeling about what is the best way of dealing with things, situation has completely changed. The circumstances have changed, and then basically you start all over again. So this was very difficult. I don't want to go on for the rest of the day, which I easily could. The main 2 points that I would like to point out is still, this is nothing new to us, but 2022 showed it very clearly. Collaboration is key for us. It's no longer possible to do it on our own or among the ANSP community. Collaboration with network manager as well as with our neighbors, with the customers. It is simply not possible to try to solve a problem on one end and not affecting another one and creating big problems there. And a big hope for the future would be that the measures that we initiate would be more coordinated. And I guess this is a technical issue because it all sounds very nice and well that it's possible to simulate, technically possible to simulate your actions, but in the heat of the moment, it's just firefighting then. And you depend on tools that are easy to reach, that are easy to use and give reliable information, and some kind of a better way of coordinating with the neighbors who are affected as well. And probably, and we have seen this in Zarat, sometimes it takes someone with higher authority to say, and this is the way we go. This is one point that I would like to point out. And another point, just from the daily operations, and this has been mentioned many, many times today already, it's the instability of the traffic prediction. The non-adherence, I mean, this sounds so blaming. This is not meant like this. We know all the problems and the issues that lie behind this. Our takeaway for next year is to create our sector boundaries, our operations to be more resilient to the main areas where we are most affected. But the instability is killing capacity. The reaction, I mean, once a flight is airborne, ATFCM, like there's not much we can do. But if it doesn't stick to the plan, then everything falls apart. So to prevent everybody from saving your soul and always having to plan extra capacity, which is not then being used in the end, we all need to look into this, and we all need to show some dedication to this topic.
Thank you very much indeed, Holger, for that introduction. And then not separated in spirit, but physically from the panel by a few yards, Daniel from the Network Management Ops Center again. Hello.
Hi, Stephen. Very shortly, because you know already, I share my view already from an MOC perspective. But as an operation manager with my colleagues, in fact, basically our main role is to make sure that we deliver, that MOC deliver the operational service they are supposed to do. But this time with the objective to raise a little bit the performance. So we are really looking at this. And aside my normal operational task, I would say that I've supported for the last 3 years now senior management and to negotiate with trade unions for a better organization. So we will be moving, and I will expand it a little bit later this afternoon, to a better structure, but as well with much more flexibility from our staff. So that should help to go in your direction as well and to increase our performance.
Thank you, Daniel, very much indeed, and to each of the panelists. Now, I'm mindful of the time. We, of course, have prepared some questions in advance, but I'm very keen that we don't just do a rehearsed session of just questions. So if anyone in the room has a question they'd like to ask of any of the panelists, then now is the time to raise your hand or indicate otherwise. While you're thinking about how you'd phrase your question or who you want to answer your question, we'll pick off a couple from our list. Panelists, if I could ask you to be brief with your responses, just to allow people in the room to ask any questions that they have. Andreas from Berlin, you raised a question around the effects for an airport. It's not just Berlin, it's every airport in the network, where the agility of airlines in their schedule with the bounce back from COVID has caused repercussions. What I'd like to ask the panelists is, what was your impact on your stakeholders? So that was an inbound impact, but what was your impact on your stakeholders of the actions in 22, and what were you able to do about it, if anything? Let's start again at the beginning, perhaps Graham, from your perspective at Gatwick Airport. So lots of issues coming in, lots of late flights, issues airside and landside that are out with Gatwick's control, but what effect were you having into the network that you perhaps could have done differently or dealt with differently?
Yeah, absolutely. So I think as we talked about some of the resource challenges, so some of the impact piece we had, certainly we had some challenges in our local ANSP from a resource perspective, which you'll see within the delay aspects. Now with that, we were working clearly on a plan of improving that and changing it as we go forward. That certainly was something that probably from an airport control piece that we certainly had impact of going onwards. But then I think the other side, from a positive impact perspective, one thing that within Gatwick did work well is the security aspects, and some of the other pieces worked very well there. And it was very much that ramp activity and the flow that was one of the biggest challenges.
Thank you. I'm going to continue down the row so that the panelists can understand when they'll come next in the question. So Andreas, same question to you then. We heard the inbound effects. What about the effects that the issues of staffing caused for your stakeholders?
What we have done is we installed a weekly meeting with all stakeholders where they are reporting about staffing level and changes regarding last week. So we have the whole community has a very clear picture of what happens, who is effective, who's hiring people on a good way and who didn't. And in this meeting, we are changing all the details about schedule and the changes in the last 7 days. Okay, quite effective.
Thank you. Andreas, did you want to pick this up or leave it for Holger in a minute? From your perspective, so obviously the delays that were caused through Karlsruhe, do you want Holger to pick it up, or do you want to pick it up yourself from the DFS perspective, other issues that were caused to your stakeholders?
Okay, Holger, would you step in for a short while, please?
Thank you.
Yeah, no problem. Okay, so I mean the impact of the delay for stakeholders is obvious. So no need to talk about that. The measures we took to mitigate, we have plenty of measures undertaken, but still the point is that basically the system that we are operating in is too rigid to dynamically react on traffic shifts. And I think this is a big issue. So when the traffic predict is showing us a demand in a certain area in our ops room, I mean, we have now 4 sector groups, and the traffic actually is appearing in a different area. We are not flexible enough to shift the stuff to the other area because simply of legal issues in terms of licensing and all these things. I think this is a problem. And apart from that, I would say there is, we just feel driven by the events. That's the thing. It's too rigid, and actually the rigidity of our framework doesn't match the flexibility of the area, the demands around us. I think this is one of the major points.
Thank you. Thank you. And then to Air France, coming back down the line then, from your perspective, obviously you were affected by industrial action, you're affected by the other perturbations in the network. What effects, though, did you cause to some of your stakeholders, so the ANSPs? What sort of feedback loops did you have with ANSPs and airports to ensure the very best performance in 22? And I'll leave it open for either of you, of course.
I think for us, it's quite... what we try to do is to get ready to give as much as predictability as possible, but keeping in mind that our time frame, like Holger just said before, our time frame is not the same. Basically, we are actually in a system that is much more agile. So we could give the predictability of 6 weeks, but 6 weeks to in the today framework to rearrange an MSP, I think it's quite difficult, even impossible. So and for us, it will be very difficult to go much further. We are speaking about the 8-week rolling plan, but the further you go, the less predictability you have, and also at the end of the day, this is our customer, the European citizen, also that want to have this kind of flexibility. So we need to find a way to have better prediction in this, and I want to stay optimistic, and I truly believe that with the introduction of INM by 25 and the help of the technology, the artificial intelligence, maybe also we could have some improvement in the predictability by observing some trends coming from the citizens or those kind of things.
Thank you. And then perhaps from Brussels Airlines perspective, Thomas?
Yes, yeah, for us, yeah, we certainly had our own industrial actions, which, yeah, were not helping towards the others, or maybe sometimes it did, because the handler was more able to help other airlines on those days. On the other side, we had some initiatives with together with the airport and with the border control in Belgium, federal police, to look on how we could optimize the passenger stream, the throughput to the border control, because that's one of the major issues in Brussels. And yeah, we tried to find a sustainable way on handling it and to speed it up in some kind of way, because it's really making a lot of delays for our long hauls, with a cascading effect, arriving late again the next morning. Sometimes we have to skip one leg in between to avoid flight and duty time regulation. So it makes things very complex, and also the feed from other European airports with heavy delays towards Brussels, then passing border control again, picking up some delay, which ends at long haul departures, which are we have seen it on certain days an on-time performance of less than 40% for the long haul flights, which is really terrible. And for sure, if you pick delay, it's bad for the handler, because they also have other customers to serve. It's bad for everybody at the end. The stations outside of Europe as well, they expect you at a certain time. They need to ask their staff to remain 2 hours extra just because that one flight is about to arrive. So at the end, it's a give and take, but if you only can take and not give anything too much anymore, the flexibility goes as well with some stakeholders. So that's a bit thing from our side. We try to find the best way possible forward, but it's very difficult.
Okay, thank you. And Yolanda, from your perspective in ARE, what were the effects that you had on your stakeholders with your actions in 22?
Well, regarding the staffing, we are recruiting. We started last year, and we are continuing with this to reinforce the staffing levels in our ACCs. Apart from that, we have negotiated a new agreement that is about to be signed, in which we try to be more flexible and which the on-call duty services can be activated based on D-1 based on demand. So I think we are going to be more flexible with this, and of course we are working in our capacity planning, even though, as I said before, we are very dependent on these predictions, and predictions now are higher than expected. We are trying to implement for next summer quick wins, easy, some kind of projects that are not so complicated to develop in order to increase the capacity in our sectors.
Okay, thank you. And then finally, Daniel, from the NMOC perspective, when things were tough in 22, what did we do about it? How did we help the stakeholders? What could we have done differently?
What would have done differently? I'm just joining now a little bit Olga when he mentioned that indeed we prepare a very good plan for summer 22 with the stakeholders and the ECD division. But what we didn't do in NMOC maybe is to prepare with you dynamic alternative plan. So I want to say that sometimes we should have done maybe a work to identify some RAT measure that could have been eventually dynamically disabled, not that we have to think on the day itself, but we prepare this scenario altogether, knowing that this plan, obviously we knew after that what would be the bottleneck sectors. We could have prepared scenarios as well to offload them tactically with the coordination with you. So there are many things that we could have done better. As well, I don't know if you felt it as well, but we have started a massive succession plan in our ops room, and we have a lot of new people, new trainings. So I think this year, and a lot of conversion training course as well. So I hope that we are still delivering a good service, but we are trying to do our best to, in fact, to put the level a bit higher. But that's we need to go, because in 5 years' time we will lose a lot of staff. So we need to go to this step. So yeah, patience, please. And for the rest, for the positive point, I think what we put in place last summer for the 2 busy weekend with Karlsruhe and DSNA to bring together colleagues from Karlsruhe, colleagues from DSNA, and there was even this EU Met forecaster as well from the Meteo. I think it was a very good initiative. And we would like to reiterate this in a more permanent, on a rotation basis, of course, for everybody, but in a more permanent way to support any special event, basically. Now I'm looking to Yolanda, where we start with the CASA occupancy trial. You are more than welcome with your colleagues eventually to come on site as well and to see from this perspective as well, so that we can work together a bit more to this.
Thank you very much indeed, everyone, for the question answers. So I give one opportunity now to the people in the room. Should anyone wish to ask a question of any of the panelists, now is a perfect time to do so. Jeff, thank you. This isn't planted, but I appreciate the interjection. Over to you, sir.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Jeff Kingston from EasyJet. I think I speak for myself, but potentially others in the room that could be forgiven for thinking we've just gone back in time to 2019, listening to some of the points raised this morning. Some of the words that stick out are stability, stick to the plan. There are also words that mean inefficiency and non-environmentally friendly. Now, regularly I get technology providers knocking at my door with solutions for improved flight efficiency. Primarily those are in-flight technologies. So service providers in those areas have got technology ready to go today that can help deliver on EasyJet's and other airlines' sustainability targets. It can also help the network sustainability targets. But we're still in an environment where I can't use those necessarily because I'm being told to stick to the plan and stay stable. So my question is, I guess, to the ANSPs is, when will I have an environment that I can use those technologies? Or worse, what will you do and how will you cope when I start to use them?
Thanks, Jeff. Yolanda, thank you.
Yes, thank you for the question. In fact, it's something that has been worrying me for some time now. So this, predictability and this dichotomy between flight efficiency versus delay. I think it's something that we should bring attention to the fact that our KPIs are interrelated. And now that we are preparing for RP this is something that we need to address because sometimes we cannot improve delay and efficiency at the same time. In fact, in the majority of cases, this is the case. And we need to avoid these contradictory messages that we send sometimes, because not only last summer, but for many summers now, we launched this campaign for flight for pilots and air traffic controllers that we need to stick for the plan. Pilots don't have to request for shortcuts, and ATCOs don't have to provide shortcuts. So what we are saying to our ATCOs is you don't have to improve the flight plan. You don't have to improve the efficiency of the flights during summer. So in parallel, we have our national plans. In fact, in Spain, we have a national plans to improve care, in which one of the points is in fact to launch a campaign so the traffic controllers can improve the flight efficiency, providing these shortcuts. So I think in a way this is a contradictory message, and we need to address this issue at a network level, and maybe we have to realize that there are in summer our priority is delay, and in winter our priority could be flight efficiency, and we can have a buffer for delay, or to have it not as a priority as flight efficiency. So I think this is something that had to be on the table, that this dichotomy between delay and flight efficiency, and which are going to be our priorities, and I think this is a good debate that we have.
Thank you very much, Yolanda. Holger.
Yeah, I mean, that's a very interesting question. Also, but forgive my bluntness to say, I don't know, in the current environment as it is. The answer would be, if you're looking for a time span that is foreseeable, I would say the best solution would be we increase our staffing to a level where we can just open all the sectors at the major times. Then we can offer hopefully the capacity, but the problem is we don't see it coming. So I don't know if you understand. Today we are planning for the staffing level according to the demand that we foresee, and this is a trade-off between economics and the service that we can offer. So to provide a better service and reduce delay today already with all the problems that we find in the network, then I mean, we wouldn't have so much of a problem if we just could open all the sectors anytime, have enough staffing sitting around most of the time, which would be inefficient, which is it just costs money. There's the trade-off, and then we can do it. If we don't go to this wasteful system and we stick to a more economic approach, then I mean, somehow we need to deduct a figure. How many people do we need, and how can we pre-plan to this? And I fully understand that. This is why I already earlier said the whole thing of adherence. And so this is absolutely without any blaming. We fully understand the problems. We feel the pain in the ops room. We feel the pain around us. I mean, probably we are a little bit, I mean, we are probably a bit more pushy than others could be, but we also have the problems in the ops room, because everybody feels, everybody who is grown up in the SNR traffic control, in the ops community, is so much against the nature to have the possibility to offer a better level, to offer a shortcut, especially when it comes to environmental things. I mean, we want to perform, we want to offer the best performance that we can give the best service. But now we see from the post-operational analysis, security, safety issues caused by effects that are caused by service also. I mean, we have some, I mean, let's talk straight. 99% of our issues, of our overload reports, are caused by traffic appearing in sectors where we didn't see this before. Otherwise, somebody would have done a big mistake if we would see too much traffic coming and don't do anything. So this is the effect, and we want to protect ourselves from this. while keeping up a predictable capacity that we can offer. And I think this is the problem.
Thank you, Holger. I think that's exactly right. I'm pleased to announce we have a very late joiner to our panel. Jacopo, the director, would just like to come in as well, Jeff, in response to the question. And I'm mindful too of the organisation and the time, so we'll wrap up very shortly.
Yeah, also this George Bicolin afterwards. No, sorry if I jump in, guys, and apologies because this for me is a key topic, and I think what you have been presented is very clear, but I want to also go one step further down the line, because it seems here that there's a group of people that wants to, go against the environment or create longer routes. I think the ambition of everyone is to make the best trajectory possible ever, okay, within the given capacity. So if you have an environment which will be steadily growing in terms of more sectors, in terms of free route airspace, continuous improvements in operational performance, great. But now the pace of growth of capacity with the pace of growth of demand is unmatched. So we have a saturated environment this year, as I said, 15% more than before. And in this saturated environment, we need to make best use of this capacity. If we are not disciplined in the flight plan execution, let me be very straightforward, the level of capacity will go dramatically down. Why? Easy, because the sector loads will be unpredictable. There will be a reduction of the sector capacity. So in overall, a big damage to the possibility to have more capacity. And when you talk about the environment, if we would have, as we had, a situation where you are basically not discipline the flight plan execution, so the capacity goes down, you will have bottlenecks, and so we'll have to have measures to move the traffic out of the congested areas, and this is the measures we're doing. But if you don't do anything, the airlines organize, of course, correctly themselves in a non-organic way, in an undisciplined way, because every airline will replan autonomously in order to avoid 2 or 3 hours of delay because of this reduction of. And the outcome will be similar to 2018, where we had up to 30 times worst planning performance that we had the year after with the measures and with the more disciplined flight plan execution. So in a nutshell, the disciplined flight plan execution will guarantee, even if we will have a little bit more, let's say, rigidity in the system, will guarantee more capacity in the system, but also will guarantee within the given capacity and the given request demand of traffic, which we don't want to cap, of course, the best also environmental solution possible at this stage where we are. And of course, I fully follow your point that all the endeavors need to go to a strategy to improve this flexibility, this capacity, and this will only come with more investments, with new systems, which we're all struggling. And when I was talking this morning about accelerating the deployment and improving this value chain performance, it's exactly in the light of recuperating the gap between the demand and the capacity that needs to be provided, which is not, again, only an NSP issue, it's a wider issue than only the NSP.
Thank you very much indeed, Jacopo. Again, mindful of the time, I think, Guido, if I offer the audience one more question, you'll lynch me later. So perhaps we should draw it to a close. Oh, sorry. Did we have a comment? Oh, sorry, George. Yes, sorry. Thank you. Over to you.
So thank you, Jörg Bicolin from Lufthansa. Perhaps I think we can't approach this topic so monodimensional. We can't say we have a season where we look on delay and we have a season where we look on flight efficiency. I think we need both at all times. The pressure on airlines is immense to fly more efficient. We just can't ignore it for a season and say we look on delay. We have to look at both sides. And I think, and then the colleague from Berlin said it from the airport, is that one of the main reasons he said why they had so difficulties is because of inbound delays. So when we stick to the flight plan and say we don't create any shortcuts, but we would be able perhaps to save 2 or 3 minutes on the way to Berlin, we would reduce the delay situation in Berlin. So the system is much more complex and much more intervened. And I'm just urging that we have to look at both sides. We have to reduce delays, whatever is necessary to do that. You see, and I'm very much in line with sticking to flight level adherence, but we have to have the flexibility to create efficiency on a day-to-day as well as airlines, because that is what is asked for us from the public and from our own companies as well.
Thank you very much indeed for the interjection. When you start getting a wingman behind you, you know you're well over time. So I'd like to thank all of the panelists for their time, not just here this afternoon and this morning, but also in the preparation, and my colleagues for their interjections and presentations. I'm really afraid it is time to go for lunch, but we can continue the conversation over lunch. What a way to start the forum, and thank you indeed. Tony, back to you.
Thank you, Stephen. A round of applause for the distinguished guests and speakers.
So, good afternoon, everyone. Hope you had a good lunch. We're going to go ahead as quickly as we can with the next session so that we have time for it. Just two messages before. All presentations will be made available afterwards online on the user forum site. Just so you know that that's where you can get all the slides afterwards on the user forum site. Then I'd like to introduce to you Stephanie and Alessandro. Their role is to collect the yellow cards where you write your questions. So after the session, as always, you can ask questions, but if you write questions on the yellow cards, then just make a little sign to Stephanie or Alessandro, and they will pick up your yellow cards, bring them to Razvan, who is your moderator for the next session, and he will either cover them now or we cover them tomorrow in the Q&A session tomorrow afternoon. So without further ado, then we go to the next session, the outlook for summer 2023. Go ahead, Razvan.
Good afternoon, dear colleagues. On this second session of the user forum, looking for the outlook of the year 2023, and more in particular, the outlook of the summer 2023. It is not an easy year, and it is not going to be an easy summer. The traffic increase that we expect for the summer season is up to 15% above the previous summer. We have a war in the network, and this war limits the flexibility that we can have in terms of access to the entire airspace of the network, but also generates legitimate requests for expanded military activity. There are also some historical structural capacity challenges in the network that we will need to address during the summer 2023. But what I would like to say is that despite all these challenges, we are talking here in front of this audience, but it's not only the several hundreds of people that are following this user forum. There are the several thousands of people from airlines, military, ANSPs, airports, the network manager, who are actually working hard to prepare this summer 2023. And I am sure that if we take it wisely, smartly, well organized, we will be able together to prepare a very good, efficient, and smooth summer 2023, while still taking into consideration all the constraints that we will have. I'm really pleased and honored to introduce this section of the user forum because it represents what we are going to discuss today. It represents the work of these thousands, tens of thousands of people. And it is important to mention all of them in this context because the colleagues who will introduce that today in a way represent the work that all this significant amount of aviation professionals are doing in preparation for this summer season. So I would be very pleased in this session to introduce my colleague Stéphanie Vincent, who is the head of the operations planning unit, who runs the all the preparations for the summer, the airspace design activities, the ATM procedures, civil military coordination, etc. She will be supported by my colleague Raffaele Russo, who is in charge with the capacity planning section in the network manager. And then in the course of this session, we will have some testimonials that will be presented in order by Olivier Misset from the SNA. And he will explain the very good preparations that were put in place for the implementation of ForeFlight in France, in the French ACCs, but also for the preparations for this summer season. He will be followed, and there we will move in another very important part of the network, very much impacted by the war in Ukraine, and taking a lot of burden of a very high traffic increase while accommodating the consequences of the war. Mr. Martin Stieber from EUROCONTROL. Then the presentation will continue with my colleagues Daniel Dege from the Network Manager Operations Center, Operations Manager, who will explain to us how the NMOC is getting prepared and will help for the summer 2023. And in that, you will be supported also by my colleague Vincent Trev, who will do the airports part preparation for the summer 2023. And last but not least, we will have a witness from Warsaw Airport. In all this process, dear colleagues, it should not be forgotten the other work that we are not going to cover in detail in this session that is done in terms of airspace design and utilization by the team led by my colleague Tihomir Todorov. I think on the benefits of all the evolutions of airspace design, I think Raphael Erol from Air France mentioned it this morning. To be honest, if we would not have had free route and cross-border free route airspace with the crisis in Ukraine, it would have been almost mission impossible to reorient the traffic flows in a couple of hours. All this structure that we have in the airspace offered us a very good opportunities for flexibility in handling the airspace. So let's not forget all this work that is being done on the ATM procedures, side, etc. So without losing too much of the time, because we have 5 very dense presentations for this session, I will give the floor to my colleague Stephanie, who will present to you the preparations for the summer 2023, what we are doing there. I would like to remind you that we will take questions at the end of the session. And if you will not have the time to answer the sessions due to the time constraints, you ask your questions due to the time constraints of the session, write your questions on the yellow cards, and we will do our best to respond to all of them tomorrow in the question and answer sessions in the afternoon. Stephanie, many thanks for all work you've done on behalf of everybody. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Razvan. Good afternoon to everyone. So yes. Okay, so here we are going to see what is expected this year in terms of traffic, in terms of capacity, and the main events that we are expecting. The preparation is done in the context of the network operations plan. We have been working with all the NSPs over the past months to define the plans for the period 23 to 27. So we are looking at a 5-year period. But we do put more emphasis on what is happening for the next season. So next season meaning summer 23. We have the detailed plans now for everyone, and we had time just now to consolidate all of them. And you will see what is the performance that we expect for next summer in this presentation. We have also worked on all the transitions for major projects. So as you know, we had a number of transitions in the network last winter, and some of them are still ongoing. And Raffaele will give you more details about the work we are doing in this area. When we have worked on the plans for 23 to 27, we've seen that for summer 23, we still expect some bottlenecks in the network. So we are now working on the preparation of network measures for the summer 23. There will be a meeting in 3 weeks' time with all the NSPs and all the airlines operators to discuss in details what to expect. So this is work in progress. And these measures will be applicable for the full summer period. So if we we will continue at the same time with the weekly rolling seasonal NOP. So we have the 5 years view, we have the view for the next season, and then we have a more refined view that is giving us for the next 6 weeks, what is the expected capacity, traffic, and events situation. This is only possible because we are all working together on this. So I would like to say a big thank you to the team in NM working on the weekly rolling seasonal NOP, but also to the airlines providing the data about what they intend to do in the next weeks. Without this data, we would not have a plan of what is the expected traffic, and we could not get the ACCs and airports ready to take the traffic. So it's really important to continue. We get the plans from the ACCs, from the airports, and we put them as well in the rolling NOP. We check the capacity that is available for the next 6 weeks, and we make some recommendations for the next weeks if we see a capacity demand imbalance. So again, many thanks to all the colleagues providing the data every week, because we do publish this every week with a 6 weeks outlook, and this is quite demanding. So this is a very good example of how working together can make a difference. Now, if we look what we expect for the summer 23, so here we are outside the 6 weeks period, of course. So we are working with the stat for forecast. The last publication was in October 2022. And we are working now with the baseline traffic growth scenario. This is the most likely scenario. And given the latest trends in the traffic outlook that we've seen, in the traffic that we have seen over the past months, plus the traffic outlook until March, plus some initial plans we received from the airlines, we think that really the most likely is the baseline scenario, which is a little bit above 10% increase for the network, could be slightly more. If you look at this map here, so the darker the green means more traffic expected. So you see that still on the southeast axis, where we had a lot of traffic growth in 2022 already, we do expect further growth in 2023. So quite high. We expect most of the ACCs here are in the category 10 to 15%, but it is actually quite close to 15%. And we have we have Munich and Prague even just above the 15%, but really all this axis is around the 15%. On the southwest, we expect more around 8, 9, 10% of traffic growth. So still a significant growth compared to what we have seen in 2022. So this is quite a challenge to, after the year 2022 that we had to see that more traffic is coming and to these levels, this is quite a challenge. So we've been working with everyone on the capacity plans. When we discuss the capacity plans, we look at the staffing, at the rostering, at the sector capacities, at the occupancy, at changing some of the procedures to have less complexity in the different sectors, at the technical improvements that we can expect. And we put all this together to get a view of what will be the improvements in the plans. Here on the map, I would like to mention this is quite an unusual map, like the traffic growth map, with very high traffic growth that is expected. Here we have high capacity increases that are planned. So everyone in the network has made a big effort to provide more capacity next summer. We have quite very high percentages, for example, in the northern part of Europe. This is a capacity that was already available in the previous years, but the traffic was not there. So there is still the potential to provide this capacity. And in other places where the situation was already quite balanced between traffic and capacity, we see that there are projects to improve the capacity in the future. So most of the ACCs here have around 10% capacity increase, even on the southeast axis. So this is quite an improvement. If we look at the delay forecast, so here is what we expect for the full year 2023. And for the NM area, we expect to be at around 1.7 minutes per flight. So this is a lot above the target. This is without disruptions. So this is not including potential strikes or technical failures that are not included in the forecast. Normally, statistically, in the past years, we see that this is counting around 0.1, 0.15 minutes per flight. So that could be added to this 1.7 minutes per flight. Second thing to highlight there is that most of the ACCs are in green color on the map. So for most of the ACCs, we don't expect capacity issues. but we do have some major bottlenecks that we expect here. So the two main ones, the pink color there is for Karlsruhe and for Bremen. In Bremen, the situation was already difficult in 2022, and the current plan is showing a decrease in capacity because of a decrease in the staff availability compared to 2022 for the year 2023. So you can imagine with traffic increasing, capacity decreasing, of course, the situation is going to be difficult. We are working with the colleagues from Bremen, and they are looking as well to find a solution, maybe to limit the complexity in the different sectors and to maybe provide a better plan for the future. In Karlsruhe, we have a very good capacity increase that is planned for next year, for this year. So that we have increased the staffing levels. They are looking at the sector capacities, at the occupancy values to try to improve as well. There is a resectorization in the southern part of Karlsruhe that should help the major bottlenecks that were there in the summer 22. And there is a complexity tool that will be put in place also, which should help for the capacity. Nevertheless, if we don't have network measures, the situation would be still very difficult, especially with the traffic growth that we expect. And then we have other places that you see in color here. All these places, so like Hungary, Serbia, Croatia, even Poland, they are planning 8 to 10% capacity increase. So they do have a plan, and Martin is going to explain for Austria. They do have quite a good plan, but the traffic that is expected is even higher than that, around 15% growth. So of course, this makes the situation a bit tight. We have places where we have a good recovery expected from the new system, like in Reims. The new system was put in place last year, so we were with limited capacity. There is a big increase in capacity for 23. However, because there will be no measures to shift the traffic out of Reims this summer, or very limited measures to shift traffic out of Reims, we still expect to have a little bit of delays there. And then we have implementation of new system in Munich and in Marseille that could generate some delay. So based on this performance forecast, we are looking now for network measures to improve the expected performance. Mainly what we want is to have a situation that is manageable on the every day. So we want to stabilize the network. So for sure, there will be a need to escape a little bit from Karlsruhe, certain sectors in Karlsruhe, certain sectors in Bremen. So we want to have this organized so that the neighbor can be ready to take on additional traffic, and so that the airlines know in advance where the traffic should go and how the ACCs are expecting this traffic to come. When we prepare the measures, as usual, we are looking at the penalization on the environmental side. So we don't want too much route length extension. We don't want too much level cappings. This is also for the cost side on the airlines, of course. And then we are looking to balance the traffic. So we don't want to empty completely one sector and then have another sector fully overloaded instead. This is not helping. So we want to balance the traffic, and this is also bringing a fair share between the aircraft operators. We will monitor this throughout the season, like we have done last year, to always keep the level of measures adapted to the problem that we have. So if we see that the capacity situation in Karlsruhe and in Bremen is better than what we expected, then we are going to lift some of the measures during the summer. We will not keep the measures if they are not necessary anymore. And if we see that it is just well adapted to the demand, then we will keep the measures for the full summer. This monitoring we have done last summer as well with the measures for Reims and for Karlsruhe, and it worked quite well. So it is done with post-ops analysis of what is happening and with the rolling knob giving us the 6 weeks outlook of the expected traffic demand. Now I will pass the floor to Raffaele, who will explain more about the events.
So good afternoon, everyone. When we're looking at the summer and the preparation of the future, obviously we cannot forget the event preparation process in general. So as you may know, the network manager collects information on any event which has to do with aviation directly and indirectly. So information coming from service providers, airports, military entities, as well as anything which could be impacting aviation like sports events. All this is classified in categories, and obviously it allows a follow-up process which goes from the strategical level up to the day of the operations, and allows to prepare in the best way possible the the event itself. What's really important to stress here is that this information is actually cross-checked on a regular basis on a rolling process. It goes into the rolling up, so it's published every week actually in that context, but as well as goes through a constant check with the different providers of the information itself. What I would like to stress as we move along is that obviously there are some key elements which can be seen as common sense, but they're not always in the loop and have to be really reinforced at each cycle. The earlier we know about an event, the better this can be prepared. And obviously, this also has to do with the high level of coordination which is required for events which are impacting the aviation. What I would like also to bring forward is the process which is taking place on the network management side, because actually this stresses on the need to have an early notification to properly prepare for an event. Whenever we know about the event, and particularly whenever, let's say, major events taking place in the network are somehow formalized through the transition plan, internally, the network manager works on impact assessment. This is not just a piece of cake, but obviously requires a certain level of detail and simulations, which allow them to have a view on what actually is needed. This process is iteratively, let's say, taken forward, and up to the point of elaborating on the need of either of local measures or network measures. And this is actually key because it brings forward the discussion and the need for coordination between all the affected stakeholders. The process is obviously rolling. So currently, as I'm talking, there is somebody doing this assessment, working on some events and projects which are taking place in the network during the winter, and will actually have an impact on the summer. If you look actually at what's going on in the autumn, and actually it's taking place during the winter, we've been having some major projects, including ADN system implementations, as well as redesign, specific design projects and training. Currently, we have an ongoing transition for Marseille ACC, which is actually going very well to the new ATM system for flight. We are going to have a new ATM system in Casablanca ACC during the spring, and we started preparation actually with Paris ACC. There is training ongoing for the transition to the new system, which will take place during the winter of 2024. On top of this, there are some important events which I would like to point out, and these have to do with the military world. As you can see in the map, there are three major military exercises which are going to take place during at the end of the winter. In particular, the Orion exercise in France, which is accompanied on certain dates by the TLP in Spain and the Rialto in Portugal. Just a few words on this exercise. As you can see from the map on the top right, this is actually affecting large portions of the airspace in France, and it has been under the radar of the network manager since several months already. We've been having a close collaboration with France, with all the entities in France, the SNA, the military, and the different, let's say, impacted stakeholders. So the activity has been going on, obviously, with simulations and reiterative processes of coordinations in order to better prepare for this event, which is taking place at the end of February. The important point there is that the coordination done by the network manager allows to, let's say, see things at network level, and obviously put the exercise, in this case, Orion in France, in the context of what's going on in the rest of the network, and particularly in Spain and Portugal. So this is obviously going to the level of seeing what's happening and what is the combined effect on the different days of the exercises at network level, what this means for the aircraft operators. And actually there will be, in this particular respect, a meeting with the airlines next week to be confirmed, exactly to discuss the different aspects of the Orion and the other two exercises. On top of it, there's another important exercise we would like to mention, which is Air Defender, taking place in Germany in June. This is another very important exercise. As you can see, this exercise is, let's say, affect a large portion of the airspace. This is also coming from the increased interest in exercising linked to the current international situation. But you can see here the exercise actually entails the use of large portion of the airspace in Germany at different times of the day in different geographical positions. This is a major exercise like Orion in France. The coordination has started. We are in the process of collecting the information from the different interested parties. We will continue with the assessment, and we are putting in place all the different steps to best prepare this event and making sure that it does not have any impact during any disruptive impact during the period of execution. And then, yeah, that's pretty much it. Okay.
Thank you very much, Raffaele. You saw the perspective of the summer 2023. The outlook when compared to the summer, to what we had originally in the network operations plan of last year, improved. And this is mainly related to the good efforts that were made by several NSPs in the network. But in this context, notably, I can mention Greece, Cyprus, and France. And this is very important. I think also very important, and probably there will be a little bit of discussion at the end of this session, is the preparation of the special events, the good notification of all events that you might have in your own areas, and the timely notification of those, not discovering that you are doing a minuscule system change on which there are capacity reductions, and this is being mentioned to us just at the last moment because you didn't think this would have a network impact. So I think from the message that Raffaele was passing very nicely, let's share all the information between us at all times. We've seen also the preparation for the major military exercises that needs to be done in a very well and coordinated manner. And I would like to highlight the appreciation that I have for our French military colleagues and for the DSNA on the way in which they put together in place the preparation for the Orion exercise that will take place end of February, beginning of March. It was well done, very well in advance, and it allowed good preparations. And we are looking forward to see a similar close cooperation between the German Air Force, DFS, and the network manager in continuing the preparations of this exercise that have already started in December last year. And dear colleagues, let's not panic for nothing. Let's really not panic for nothing. In the rolling knob, we are constantly looking into the preparation of about 100 military exercises in the outlook. 100 military exercises. So it's not something that is not going on, that is not happening, etc. But a good preparation will always allow the good mitigation measures, smooth operations, and meeting the full mission effectiveness of the military colleagues that they need to perform their activities. And for sure, we need also ourselves as civilians, their activities there for our own safety and security. So I think all in all, it will work. But let's just get together, pass the information correctly, pass the information at all levels, at all times, in order that eventually we come to a good results. And because I was mentioning the SNA and the positive evolutions that we have seen with the implementation of ForeFlight in Reims and in Marseille, and I'm so sorry to say that Marseille was a non-event basically, so there is nothing to say about it. But what is in the pipeline for our French colleagues and how well their preparations are for the summer 2023. Olivier, the floor is yours.
Brest ACC, yeah, the mic, sorry. Yeah, so I'm from Brest ACC, which deals with the western part of the French airspace. I'm an air traffic controller there and as well FMP deputy manager with my friend Tanguy. And I will talk you about the transition plans on behalf of the GSNA and a little bit about the summer preparation. So first of all, if we talk about Reims, it was the first French ACC to implement successfully 4 flights during last April. We can consider 2 main phases. Obviously, the first one was the preparation phase. So we had to elaborate a strategic plan in order to change the system. And the main key of everything, in fact, the whole presentation was the collaboration with the network managers and the surrounding NSPs, the AOs, and all the stakeholders. So during this preparation phase, we had to think about measures to improve the network stability and to cope with the loss of capacity related to the fact that when you change an ATM system, such as for flight, the air traffic controllers have to learn again how to work with the new system. So it was a matter of removing flights from Reims airspace. And so we had to think about measures and to assess these measures with the help of the network manager. Then there was the execution phase. As Daniel said this morning, this execution phase was done with the physical presence of HFCM experts here in the NMOC to work with pre-TAC, TACT, everybody in the operational room of the network manager to help companies and to help AOs to file and to find solutions. The plan was followed as previous as it was conceived, but we had to adapt the plan. I will talk about this later. We had to adapt the measures because of mostly of technical problems. And so we learned some lessons from this implementation. The first one is that you have to start to think about it and to build the plan as soon as possible, because it's a very long process to assess everything and to elaborate the strategic plan. The key is the collaboration with so the network manager and everybody who is involved with this big change. And then during the execution plan, the fact that we had some people here was a really great help. And locally in Reims, they had densified the rosters for the summer to improve the capacity of the sectors. We know that we had some delays anyway, but it was, as I said, due to unexpected technical problems regarding mostly the new FDPS, which is called the co-flight, and the way that this FDPS calculates the trajectories and communicate with other surrounding FDPS. But as the technical issues were lowering the capacities, the measures were adapted, and we had a lot of short meetings every week with the network manager and everybody to adapt these measures and find solution to lower the impact of this big change for the users and the companies. Then, during last December, a second French ACC moved to for flight as well. It was in Marseille. The situation was quite different because, first of all, they had the experience of Reims and they knew already what could happen. They had a new version of for flight and co-flight during last October. This new version fixed a lot of bugs and improved the trajectory calculation. So it was easy for them to to perform long live trials during November. And so the controllers got confident in the new system. It was easier for them. And of course, the main difference was the period, because it's easier to do that in December than in April, as it was in Reims. So as Razvan said, we can almost say that it's a non-event for now, because the delays are very low. Regarding the technical issues, it's a lot better than it was last year with Reims. With this context, they choose in Marseille not to use RAD measures. It was only to lower the capacities and to have a bunch of scenarios in case of high demand, and they can use scenarios to help if needed. But they don't need it for now, because the demand is not high enough to require that. And so again, it was the same as with Reims. They had a good cooperation with the network manager on testing and planning everything, validate the measures, validate all the impact of this change. And it was the key of the success this time again. Now I can talk about the current situation and what will happen next. So regarding us, the capacities are back to normal in the upper sectors. It's even an increase of capacity around 5 to 10% on most sectors, and even up to 25 in one sector. But we still have some technical issues in the lower layers with the dialogue between ForeFlight and the approach of GPS. That's why we still have minus 15% of capacity in the lower sectors. But hopefully we'll have a new version of the FDPS of CoFlight at the end of March. And this new version will partially fix the problem of trajectory calculation, and the problem we have at the interface with the dialogue between CoFlight and the other FDPS. So we hope that we'll be able to increase the capacities in the lower sectors. And of course, Marseille will have the same new version as well. And so Marseille has been running ForeFlight for more than 60 days now. As I said, the level of delays are very low. They have a lot less technical issue than they had in Reims. The capacities are still lowered. It's part of the transition plan, which was decided in cooperation with the network manager. This plan should end in next April. So now we still have minus 20% in upper sectors and minus 30% in the lower sectors, but there will be a next step in the plan the 6th of February. And everything is really going well in Marseille, so there is no reason that the plan should change. So normally for the next summer, we'll have the regular capacities and perhaps more. Then to end this short presentation, I will talk about the preparation of the next summer. So again, it's always a matter of coordination with the network manager and the other NSPs and with the AOs, of course. So we look at the SAT4 traffic forecasts, and with that and with the past traffic and last year traffic flows and everything, we are looking for measures to improve the network stability, such as reroutings or level cappings, to have a better distribution of flights in our layers. And we propose these measures to the network manager, who assess these measures, and then we discuss. And it's always a question of coordination. And in the end, we have measures or we don't. It depends on the assessment around. So this is the first level that we have. The second one is human resources measures. In France, we have, in DSNA, we have agreements with trade unions around the densification of the rosters during summer. It means that we move winter shifts to summer when it's more needed. This densification allows us to offer more capacity for the summer. This is already done in most of the ACCs, 4 of the 5 ACCs, in fact. And there are discussions ongoing in Marseille to do it as well. The needs of densification is not the same everywhere between ACCs or approaches. We have to identify what we need. But this is surely a good mean to improve the capacity and so to reduce our impact and delays. So this is the 2 main levels, so measures and human resources measures. And that's it.
Merci beaucoup, Olivier. The presentation clearly identifies the big improvements that are being made in Marseille, and also called again for a permanent coordination and cooperation. We are counting that for the preparation of the summer 2023, we had about 80 meetings with all the NSPs, about 80 meetings directly online, etc., trying to coordinate to the last possible detail all the work. And what Olivier was explaining is a very good example of this. He was mentioning also the capacity enhancements foreseen for RANS ACC as a result of the implementation of ForFlight, and the good path and track on which the transition plan is at Marseille ACC. What I want to say is that this forum is the first forum that sees the delay forecast for the summer 2023. It has not yet been put anywhere. All the work that the several thousands of people I was mentioning earlier have done enabled us to finalize this last week, so that to have it here presented to you. And because everything is so dynamic, and probably Olivia does not even know yet, but we have just received an email from Marseille saying that there is a positive consideration being given on the further increase of the sector capacities during the transition plan at Marseille ACC, and the final formal decision will be taken on Monday, 6th of February, as planned, as put in the plan, with possible implementation as from the 9th of February. The decision still has to be confirmed formally by DSNA, but this is the initial positive evaluation that has been done. So that indicates that the transition plan is really on the right track and bank on the dates that we were agreeing. But now let's move to another part of the network in the central part of Europe, where we have seen during the summer 2022 the highest traffic increase in the network. The traffic was well above the summer 2019, despite the fact that yet not all the traffic flows were restored, and despite the fact that we were, of course, missing quite a large number of flights from the areas impacted by the crisis. But despite that, the traffic was above 2019, and the performance in this part of the network, while handling the complications related to the war in Ukraine, everything went smoothly. And the testimony that Martin Stieber from EUROCONTROL will give to us is just part of this network story, I would say, but we should not forget the excellent service under difficult circumstances provided during the summer in Poland, in Hungary, in Czech Republic, in Slovakia, in Romania, in Bulgaria, and also through the entire Balkan area that had traffic growth of up to 30% during the summer season. So looking back into that, we are also looking forward for a good performance. You saw a lot of red, a lot of green in this part of Europe for the year 2023. There is still a little bit of a warmer color here and there, but hopefully we will be able to address this also. But another very nice testimony from Martin. Martin, the floor is yours, and many thanks for the help.
Okay, thank you very much, Razvan, for the introduction. Actually, I have to correct the first slide already. I'm not the manager FMP, I'm manager of the business unit OpsPerf, where FMP is part of. So let's start. Looking into the future requires also a tiny step and look backward. And so I would like to recap our past year quickly. As you said, the traffic in Austria, in Vienna ACC, has reached a level beyond the level of 2019, which was already a very hard and difficult year for us. Just a number, I must say, we have had 1.8 minutes delay in 2019, which was a lot, and we are not very proud on that. But anyway, we have learned our tasks. And last year, as of June 22, the traffic went up to 7% beyond the traffic of 2019 and still is above this level. So in 2022, we were lucky, but we did a lot for that. Actually, we have reached 0.1 minutes of delay per flight, which was last seen only in 2012 and 2013. And I must also say there is a fair trade-off of the delay in Europe, and we have got some re-attribution delays from DSNA and Germany. So this improves our figures. Even now we have 0.08 minutes per flight in 2022. We have to strengthen that fact that even after the COVID period, we have decided to continue our training and our recruitment for ATCOS. So we're in the positive situation to have enough and sufficient staff in ATCOS in 2022, which is as a result and shows that the ATC capacity delays were pretty well and pretty low. Moreover, we have had a kind of incentive program. You know, ATCOS prefer to have holidays as every human being in summertime. So we had to find some incentives for them to be attractive also to work as in over hours during 2022. And for special incentives, we have had a program, Everything Makes the World Go Round, especially money. And from this perspective, we reached a good staffing delay proportion due to the fact that we made it very attractive to make over hours. Last but not least, the weather in Austria, you know, we have severe thunderstorms and the CBs during the summer period. And luckily in 2022, the weather delays could be reduced a lot compared to 2019, which also helped us to lower down the ATFM delays. Just to show you the figures, during summer period, especially starting in May up to July, the weather impact was pretty high and is a typical situation in Austria, actually. So what will be next steps until 2023? We have a rolling process of demand capacity balancing. So we looking into the STAT4 forecast, we have the NEST forecast. We are really happy to have the weekly update of the rolling knob. And based on this, we analyze the traffic, as everybody does, I guess, but we make a continuous measurement and continuous evaluation, refiguring the sector configurations, and even 6 to 8 weeks in advance of the day of operations, we adapt and modify the sectorization and sector configurations. This is done in a close cooperation between FMP and the ACC. So ACC is permanently aware and part of the game, of course, to adapt the duty roster. And even on the day of operation, the supervisor can call for people to feed up and to make the sector configuration filled with aircraft as possible. So this is a typical example of the traffic prediction. So we have the traffic forecast from the start for. During this planning phase, we already configure the sector configuration, and the actual traffic load, that is a part of the history we have seen, is approximately 150 to 250 flights more than we have foreseen. And it was the task to shift this 150, 250 flights into our sector configuration and to adapt it. This was the traffic part, and the duty hours. We have planned duty hours, there are labor agreements, and we tried to adapt these labor agreements to the fact that we made the breaks as flexible as possible, and the actual duty hours were handled by the supervisor in a very flexible way. So, outlook for summer. We have a very good staffing situation, better than in 2022 even. This allows for sector configurations up to 14 sectors, which is an all-time high for Austria. We got new frequencies, and this allows a good capacity offer. And additionally, we have arranged to have a 6 vertical layer in our sectorization and increased sector capacities. That means for each or for several sector configurations, we have higher sector volumes now, and try to cover the capacity as good as possible. This all is based on the start for 14% traffic increase, which is a lot compared to 2022. And we hope that we will feed the traffic and offer as much as capacity as possible, knowing that there will be some gaps maybe, but anyway, we hope this will be on the good pace. So thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Martin. You saw the flexibility, the adaptability to the traffic demand that EUROCONTROL and many other ANSPs are looking to put in place for the summer 2023. Unfortunately for Martin, this is not going to be all, because yet we have to discuss the measures for the summer 2023, where we would expect a lot of help from Austria. And dear colleagues, just before we move to the next testimonies, just put in your calendars. I will repeat it again at the end of the last session. On the 23rd of February, we have sent an invitation to the ANSPs and to the airlines, and this has been sent also by our airline association colleagues. On the 23rd of February, we will hold the meeting for the finalization of the summer 2023 measures. Those measures will be sent to all interested parties by the end of next week, or at the latest on Monday the week after. So you will have about 2 weeks time to look into the proposal for the measures and provide us with all your comments. We are going also to look into inputs to be received from the airspace users on the constraints that they might see on their own operations from those measures. And please let us know as soon as possible, like for instance, certain aircraft types that cannot be rerouted due to aircraft performance, some city pairs that might be too long, etc., etc. So please provide to us in advance all these inputs. The invitation has been sent to a very large number of colleagues, and last but not least, to all the participants list in the similar meeting that we had for the preparation of the summer 2022 measures. So Martin, many thanks, but looking forward to help us a little bit more like you have done last summer. And of course, the delay reattribution that you were mentioning, it is a very useful tool to enable us to work with other ANSPs who are able to help in some difficult circumstances to accept more traffic when this is for the benefit of the entire network. And until now, you know very well that colleagues in ENAIRE, colleagues in DSNA on one hand, colleagues in DFS, in SkyGuide, in Czech Republic, in Austria, a little bit everywhere, have helped for the transition plan for RANS, have helped for the capacity situation at Karlsruhe. DFS helped also DSNA for the transition plan, but all the delay reattribution process that has been concluded, that is in process of being concluded now, has helped in diminishing the overall network impact. So the overall network result was better than what was expected to be without that. Many thanks, Martin. And now I'm moving to my two colleagues, Vincent and Danielle, who will present us with the preparation from the Network Managers Operations Center, a little bit of good advices on how tactical operations need to take place this summer, and the preparation of the airports. Danielle, many thanks.
Yes. Okay. Hello, good afternoon, everyone, and thank you, Razvan. So indeed, the objectives of this short presentation is mainly to share with you the action that we have already taken in the context of preparation of the next summer, but as well the intention that we would like to do. And you will see the set of measures, in fact, can be grouped in 3 axes. And the first one is what we call optimizing the network to enhance collaboration. So it sounds obvious, but the more and earlier we know about your problem, the better we can effectively help you. Okay, what does it mean? In fact, what we want to say with that is that the only way to gain capacity for the next summer, considering the complexity at the traffic level that we are expecting, is to put all the partners together and to work in a more collaborative way, to be much more open and transparent on the data, on your intention, and as well on your problem, if any. Like that, we'll be in a better situation to help you. And following that bullet points, and based on the good experience that we had last summer, we are now preparing a concrete proposal called NMOC Stakeholders Integration Proposal, where NM management would like to extend the possibility of hosting operational stakeholders, but not only NSPs, airlines as well, and airports, in our ops room, so that we can all together in a collaborative way try to mitigate any operational issues, keeping in mind the network view. So, and there the opportunity would be indeed to have to have airlines, NSPs, airports, NMOC in the same place and looking really at this network view. So another, I would say, measure that we would like to reiterate is that was done before COVID, but well, because of COVID, we had to stop a little bit. But it's to go back and to have what we call pre-summer operational briefing, to check with you directly from ops to ops, what are your bottlenecks and what we can do to anticipate during tactical operation any issues and prepare it. So I'm referring to what I said this morning to Holger. Maybe there are things that we can prepare so that dynamically we can always take an alternative situation if the situation is becoming worse. Enhanced rolling post-ops process closer to tactical. That's something as well that we have started in 2022. Our post-ops teams already, in fact, put several meetings on a weekly basis with many of you. And we want to extend that to everybody. So you may expect to be contacted in this to become part of this process. Intention here is really to have a post-ops process closer to tactical, so that when you report an incident, we are not waiting too long, and we try to put a fix already the day after, at least if it's an operational consideration. If it's a technical issues, it will take more time, obviously. And ultimately, and ideally, when we have all the partners involved, this post-ops process should even happen every day at network level, to do and to see what went well, what went wrong, and how we can correct. We are not yet there, obviously. Then we talked about that this morning a little bit, post-COVID responsiveness. If you feel the need to get some refresher training for whatever topics, either from our side or from our colleagues in Luxembourg, please don't hesitate to come back to us. We'll be quite happy to help you. The second pillar, I would say, of measures, it's what we call stabilizing the network together. Okay, we talked about that already this morning, but obviously we would like to enhance the pre-tactical plan. So we're asking airline to submit the flight plan early as possible. I know it's not always easy, but okay, that's something that we need to achieve. And as well to keep your ABT on tactical basis updated. Then for NSPs and the airports, share with us any issues and anticipate any measure pre-tactically when possible. Stability doesn't mean rigidity. Indeed, yes, we are looking for a stable network, but still, we would like to continue to promote on ad hoc basis green flight trajectory, and there we have some initiatives like the dynamic track or albatross concept. So whenever this is happening, we will try to help and facilitate as much as we can. The slot tolerance window, departure tolerance window remains available, but please use it only when critical issues at the airport. If not, it creates a lot of volatility. Scenario is penalizing for airlines, yes, but sometimes when there is a very penalizing regulation, it's better. But please respect the timing. So more than welcome, but not last on last minute, like it happens sometimes. Finally, we would like to remind everybody the best practice. If you remember, there was a very good document done a few years ago. We are called All Together document. This document is under review. It's about to be finalized with Stephen and the team, and it will be put on the NOP. Okay, I have a few slides there, but maybe we have no time. I was told by husband to go through. But when it will be on the NOP very shortly, please have a look. This is a very a good reminder of the best practice for everybody. Then as well on the best practice, I would like to share that we have a very good FMP exchange where we had a very constructive participation for all FMPs. And then from there, we took our homework, and now for some of the measures that is about our consistency internally, we are putting in place some best practice as well. And in fact, we have 3 types of actions, some that are only internal to us, where we need to be a bit more consistent, that's ongoing. Others will be eventually to adapt the manual. And then finally, when it concerns the procedure with you, then we'll go back to the DG and we will submit to you any proposal for your agreement. So you will see there, so that's exactly look how the altogether document would look like, while supposedly on the green side, it's what we expect from you. On the red side, it's what we would like you to avoid to do. So, and then we have this for the dispatchers, for the pilots, for the ATCOs, for the FMPs, and for the airports. I will not go through all of them. You will have it very soon on the NOP portal, and please have a look on it. Then the third pillar for our measures for the next summer is, and I mentioned that a little bit this morning, is what we call the NMOC performance. Most probably, as you have know, or maybe you heard about that, there is a new admin reform since November, and part of it, there are a lot of new measures for NM and mainly NMOC. Basically, you know that in the ops room today, we still have 3 different areas, so flight planning, airspace data, and flow management. And as from now, we are putting these measures in place. It will be one ops room. So basically one team with one room supervisor and not anymore local room supervisor. So from 9 profiles, we will go down to 4 profiles only. That will simplify the structure. And on the basic layer, so the first layer, it will be a lot of dual validation. So basically all people working on that layer will be obliged to take a second validation. That will give us the flexibility to reinforce the staffing where we need and when we need to absorb any peak of workload. The third element of this reform is we have new rostering and flexibility measures. So that will help us as well to put the staffing where needed. And we will have a standby duty so that even if we have a last minute sickness, we can always call those persons and we can cope with the workload. Part of it I mentioned quickly this morning. We have a massive succession plan ongoing, so we have a lot of massive training, ab initio or sometimes conversion. Something that you need to know because sometimes you may feel on the other side of the phone that the people are a bit slow. So patience with that, please. We take the trend, we are moving. And then finally, part of this reform, we will have a new NMOC competency scheme as well that will help us to support a better performance for the staff. So normally, I would say all these measures are in place to give you a better service as from next summer. Those are concrete measures, and I hope we will be able to deliver it. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you. I will try to summarize you in the next couple of slides the action and the plan that was agreed for the preparation of the summer from airport point of view. So they are here, the 5 most important elements for us. So it starts with asking, and in fact, we share with the top 40 airport to the network the analysis, similar kind of analysis that I presented this morning, but customized per airport about the ground delay, ATFM delay that we observed last year, helicopter view, and we ask in return the plan and the action plan that were agreed locally for improving the situation. So this is exactly what you will find in the network operation plan. So this is very interesting because for the first time we have an extensive review of all the action in place. So for any airspace user, any stakeholders interested in knowing what are the engagement and what are the action taken locally for improving situation can be found there. So I just quickly look at the answer we got from these 40 airports. So massively, the action taken are about the enhancement of local coordination, enhancing coordination between all the stakeholders and improving the work together. Just follow in second place, the increase of staffing without surprise. This is a well-known issue that was observed last year, and it will continue to be a challenge next year. Optimization of security and check-in. Eventually, we have a series of measures on the enhancement of coordination within MOC, and I will come back on that. Investment in infrastructure, work on schedule. This is a very important one, even if not at the top of the list here. And work on better predictability, only 3% of the answer. About what was requested from NM to support airport next summer. And it came back in many answers we got from the airport is to work on the resilience of the turnaround time scheduled by airline. I will come back on this in the next slide, but this is very visible that sometime very early in the season we can see that there are a number of scheduling that will not be feasible, that generate uncertainty into the overall planning of the operation and complexity for the airport to manage. That's something we would like to pay more attention to. This is also something we have started discussing with EUROCONTROL, third coordinator, because it's of course something that could be also addressed at that level. We have the increase of ATM capacity for summer 2023. This is directly related to ATFM, well-known issue that I will leave to my colleagues to address. Awareness about the situation to the network. We will continue with the airport briefing bi-weekly off season. During the season, it will be weekly. I strongly recommend you to attend because it's short, it's very short, but it gives you an overview of the situation and all the aspects that could impact you in terms of local operation for airport. And last but not least, maybe probably a very important one, this is the interaction and the instability between CTOT and SCDM. It's almost impossible to enter into the detail of the technicalities behind that, but if there is one thing to remind, we lose constantly on the most difficult days during summer, 100 if not 1,000 of slots, because airlines don't update the time they are ready to depart, meaning that our system keep up improving the slot, the CTOT, the departure time. When they eventually manage to get a better slot, the airlines realize they cannot make it. And there is an iteration that starts between us and the ACDM processes locally. This is extremely penalizing, and we have absolutely worked on that. Make best use of the NM support and tools and services. I will insist mainly on one. This is the airport function. It was said in the reporting this morning. We have no people on shift available every day to have a direct support provided to airport. So that means that Of course, the FMP remain the focal point for all regulation, but there are a number of things that are airport related that could be addressed directly through this function in NMOC. Again, I will not elaborate, but this is extremely important. This is better used and more extensively used. There are some airports who found basically their way to these people, and they extensively use them. And I really hope it could be improved next year and this year and next summer. Amongst the other tools, we have Airport Corner, PAX demand prediction, and Mirror. This is a tactical prediction tool. Again, no time here to elaborate on that, but just be aware that for airport, there are a set of options available. If you are not fully aware about that, please come to us. Eventually, how we will monitor basically the evolution during the summer. So here, this is the graph I showed you this morning, and I just focus on 1 week. This is the first week of July. Here, the shade area, the shading is on the last week of June, and you see that already last week of June, into the network, we had a constant degradation of the situation in the airport, and that was the case for the last 3 weeks. So the idea here is really to follow up on that and also identify the causes, the location, and the airspace users that are the most impacted by this kind of situation for taking action. On that specific week, for example, you see that the orange box, if you remember from this morning, the ATFM didn't increase. The primary source of delay was on the ground. And that's what created this very complicated situation early July, with the consequence in terms of reactionary delay that increased significantly as well. The idea is to be able to come back to airlines and airports on weekly basis to monitor and understand what's going on. When there is an airport that constantly report increase of ground delay for several weeks in a row, or airline that systematically underperform in all the places they are flying to, with sometimes issues into scheduling, as it was requested, we will come back to airport and airline, not to judge, not to blame, just to ask for information and understand the situation, see if something can be changed. Too many times we realize the problems and we acknowledge the problem in September, while sometimes things were feasible before, just because we didn't stop and have a closer look together. So that will happen this year. And eventually, last but not least, we would like to have a closer look as well. And we will monitor that on the performance during the first rotation. Recently, I was in a meeting, a colleague reminded that 1 minute of delay during the first wave resulted in 4 minutes of delay at the end of the day. So there is a huge leveraging of any delay taken at the beginning of the first wave. It's an example here when you have on the first row basically the schedule, and on the second one the actual flight for a given aircraft or given frame, and you see that what was lost in the morning is never recovered and cascade into the whole network, with the impact on predictability, impact on ATFM delay, and impact on airport operation wherever this aircraft will be flying. That will be another point of attention, and we will report on that regularly and come back to the airline and airport where these kind of things happen. So this is for the plan. And that closes my part. So okay, the Warsaw Airport. So I don't know who will be presenting. Okay, thank you.
Okay, many thanks, Vincent. So we've seen the perspective of the NMOC, and everything that was shared by NMOC is very important in taking further into the pre-tactical phases, in the tactical phases of ATFM, all the preparatory work. But this needs to be a continuous cycle, and this continuous cycle needs to happen also in the NSPs, with the airlines everywhere. Here in-house, this cycle between the strategic planning, with the pre-tactical planning, with the NMOC, it is very, very oiled, I would say, and we would expect this to happen and the information to flow in a similar manner a little bit everywhere. And then from the airport side, you have seen the very good preparations and the very detailed preparations that goes with a significant number of airports. If I'm just looking at the 100 airports plus that are being included in the weekly network operations plan, that indicates the size of the work and the very solid interaction. And talking about that, the next witness is Bartolomiej Sieluk from Warsaw Chopin Airport. He will present to us in about 10 to 15 minutes the outlook of the summer 2023. Many thanks, Bartolome.
Thank you. Good afternoon to everyone. As you know, my name is Bartolome Szeruk. Actually, I work as an airport the duty officer manager team in Polish Airport State Enterprise, which is the owner of Fryderyk Chopin Airport in Warsaw. Today, I would like to say a few words regarding summer 2023 challenges that we face and what we have already done and what we are planning to do to keep the highest effectiveness of safety and effectiveness for our passengers for all operations, which are very important as well. So let's start with the basics. A few words regarding my agenda. I would like to introduce some airport plan to you, general information. Then I will talk to you regarding passenger traffic results and forecast, and coordination parameters for Warsaw Chopin Airport scheduled season dedicated for 2023. Apart from that, I would like to say a few words regarding airport flexibility and operational bottlenecks, which we have today. And of course, we are facing such problems. And I would like to introduce many options that what we are doing today to keep, as I said, the highest level of effectiveness and safety. I will say a few words regarding recent investments project which fostered effectiveness of all operations and security at the same time, and airport operation center, which was conducted in July 2022, which is my child, and ongoing significant expansion and main goals and tasks in upcoming season 2023. Okay, as you already know, Chopin Airport in Warsaw is the largest airport in Poland, located approximately 8 kilometers from the center of the Polish capital. It serves 33 air carriers on both domestic, European, and intercontinental destinations. Our reference code is 4E, but we have already approved procedures for operations dedicated for code F airplanes as well. Okay, what about our land site and air site? Short introduction. We have one Terminal A divided into zones, Zone AB and the Zone CDE, dedicated mainly for our traditional carrier LOT Polish Airlines. Apart from that, we have two runways crossed, runway 1129er and 1533. Which is really difficult, to catch this point with two crossing runways and get, the highest level of this effectiveness, what I said, regarding departures and arrivals. But still, maximum hourly throughput is dedicated for 44 operations per hour. We have 13 aprons adapted to service aircraft from categories A to E. 3 aircraft de-icing aprons, and operations, of course, depends on wind directions, separation restrictions on runways, works in progress. So, as you can see, it's a little bit complicated. We have a core night at Chopin Airport. From March 2018 began the core night, so the total ban of planning flight operations between 11:30 p.m. till 5:30 a.m. local time. Military, state, and sanitary flights can still operate. It is also allowed to operate delayed flights through no fault of air carrier. And the Warsaw Airport was the first in Poland, honestly speaking, which decided to introduce such restriction. And the same applies to the airports in Frankfurt, Munich, Paris, Orly, Brussels, Hamburg, and Zurich. Let's say a few words regarding traffic results and our forecast right now. In 2022, we had more than 14 million passengers. And we are predicting that in 2023, we will receive more than 16 million of passengers. To be honest with you, we are predicting that this level before COVID, so from 2019, this record from 2019 we will receive in 2026. This is the realistic version of our side. Of course, these traffic results and forecasts are compared, and divided to local passengers and transfer passengers. We are doing our best, to avoid any delays, and we are good at that. But still, we have the bigger number of local passengers here in Warsaw. But let's say approximately from the total number from 2020 through 2022, there was almost 40% of transfer passengers. We are doing our best to improve our coordination parameters right now. During the day, when we are talking about 2 runways in use, from 4 a.m. till 10 p.m., we can manage to get arrivals with the number of 28, departures 28, but the maximum with 2 runways operations are 46 right now. During the night, it's from 10 p.m. till 4 a.m. only 15 arrivals, 15 departures, but the maximum 24 operations. During the single runway operations, daytime capacity reduction is a minus 20%. During last 2 years, last 3 years, we did everything what we could to improve, the capacity of the terminal as well. So we are monitoring right now the number of passengers per each 60 minutes, which is rolling every 10 minutes. And exactly the same we are doing for Schengen and non-Schengen passengers to improve, the capacity of the terminal as well, to improve to improve the operations to be on time. So total departures for Schengen area right now, we will manage to get 2,070 passengers per hour, but the maximum is more than 3,000 per hour, and it depends on the time that we are facing this group of passengers, of our customers. The different situation is different situation is when we are talking about non-Schengen arrivals and Schengen departures. These numbers are a little bit lower. Of course, everything is connected with the environmental parameters. The average daily number of aircraft movements is 560 right now, and the quota counts at night dedicated to 24 points. Night allocation periods and core night slots are dedicated for different rules, which depends on the time dedicated for scheduled off-block times and scheduled in-block time. Of course, we are facing a lot of problems at the same time, but we are doing our best to solve the problems which we face, connected with the infrastructure as well. So we are adjusting our infrastructure and improve our infrastructure for air carriers all the time. And we have some planned restrictions from April till May. During 4 weekend nights, the aerodrome will be completely closed. We are changing the pavement construction or at the intersection of the runways. From September till October, runway 1129er will not be available for landing, so takeoff distance available will be lower than normal. From March till October, we are planning very big apron reconstruction because our main carrier, Lot Polish Airlines, already finished operations on Dash Q series aircraft. So we are adjusting the aprons to the new models of the aircraft dedicated for Wizz Air or Lot Polish Airlines as well. So finally, we will receive 7 stands dedicated for full code C aircrafts till the end of this year. Okay, regarding summer 2023 preparations, we counted and we checked exactly the average throughput of single passport control stand for immigration and emigration passengers, and right now is 65 passengers per hour, which is really good. But the average throughput of single automated border control stand for immigration and emigration is 75 passengers per hour. So as you can see, the performance connected with automated border control is much more, is better, is higher. So that's why we are going and we are preparing our airports with ABC control systems, as many as possible. Share of passengers controlled by ABC for immigration is 23%. Share of passengers controlled by ABC for immigration is 24%. When we are talking about the flexibility and the operational bottlenecks, as I said, we are trying to improve our capacity of the terminal, because of course we can say that we can build many aprons, brand new aprons, but still if we are building one apron, we have to think about higher capacity, availability of the terminal. So during this year, before season 2023, we are going to add 2 traditional document control cabins and remove 1 traditional document control cabin at the arrivals non-Schengen and Schengen level, and at the same time add 4 ABC, so automated border control gates, to the existing 10 to improve, you know, the effectiveness of security and passport control. Apart from that, when we are thinking about and we are saying about non-Schengen, Schengen levels, we are going to add 5 new ABC gates as well at level 2, so totally different side of the airport. Quicker. Okay, and 6 months ago, we have created an APOC, Airport Operations Center, in July 2022. So the Airport Operations Center works continuously. It's staffed 24 hours per day by airport duty officers, and all dedicated stands are provided 7 days a week between 5:30 a.m. till 11:30 p.m. And what can I say? We did that to improve communication and information exchange without the need to make phone calls or use the radio. We wanted to improve the joint decision-making process at the same time through direct contact between the representatives of airport services, state services, and shop and airport users. We improved common situational awareness regarding the operation of Chopin Airport, improved cooperation between airport services, state services, and Chopin Airport users through direct contact in the operational center of decision makers from individual areas. So, but still, the main task of the airport operations center is to ensure the safety of air operations and airport continuity at the same time. This is short, easy layout, how it looks like. But the personnel of the airport operational center comprises the airport duty officer shift manager, who is also the head of the center, airport duty officers, terminal duty officers, operational coordination shift manager, staff of the operational coordination, ground handling services representatives, airport security. We introduced some kind of common briefings between the representatives at the airport, and we see that the communication between all representatives, all services located at the airport is going better each day. Few words regarding investments projects which increase operational readability and effectiveness. In 2022, we put into use Apron 5 Alpha, which after reconfiguration, we received 5 aircraft parking stands for full C code instead of previous 7-8 stands. In May 2021, Apron 1 was put into operational use after reconfiguration. Still, 4 new aircraft parking stays for full C code, 2 aircraft parking stays for B code, and 3 stands for A code instead of previous 9 B and A parking stands. So we are improving and adjusting our infrastructure for carriers. New early baggage storage was put into the service in 2021. New document control for non-Schengen arrivals was put into use in 2020, and additional bus gates in non-Schengen zone were put into service as well. From the operational side dedicated for aircraft and airlines, 2 holding points dedicated near the runway 29er threshold were put into the service. So the operations and the service dedicated for aircrafts is much more effective. All operations are going really fast right now. So still we have some goals and tasks for ourselves in the upcoming season. Dedicated handling agents, airport and airline, LOT Polish Airlines. So we are in a big committee, you know, we are cooperating right now. And further, right now we have intensive recruitment process, which allow us to forecast the fulfillment of the demand before the start of the season. We are taking steps to reduce employee fluctuation, which will also translate in the quality aspect of the staff. Enlargement of the training team in the operational structure. Ground handling agents are completing the process of purchasing conveyor belts with the power stall systems dedicated for B737 aircrafts and A320 aircraft bulks. Ground handling agents are proceeding with the purchase of 2 new loading platforms to improve the accessibility of the equipment and reduce the distances covered by these units. For this reason, it's extremely important to be able to park as close as possible to the stands where cargo aircraft service is planned, because the cargo operations are going up. Yes. Yeah, sure. The main goals, once again, ground handling agents in cooperation with Polish Airport State Enterprise are planning to introduce another drawback tag. Ground handling agents will continue to recruit and train operational staff through the winter season to improve their performance during the peak of holiday travel in the service months, and actions to be implemented on the part of the LOT Polish Airlines. They are giving us additional standby planes, which will be prepared for new season, changes in operating time, are also connected with these operations, changing in transit connections. There is a big reduction of the number of flights, prioritization of flights at the stage of their execution. Summary. The planned modernization may cause some delays during peak hours. However, completed investments will help us in Warsaw, minimizing them in new season 2023. All entities are striving to improve operational results, and we are flexibly adapting strategies now in Poland and in Warsaw exactly to create as low as possible delays in the upcoming summer season. The key element for us now remains a collaboration between network manager and exchange of information. Thank you so much.
Many thanks, Bartolome, and I think it was interesting to see the other challenges from not necessarily just from the air traffic management side, but all the other challenges that the airports have to address. I know we are reaching the coffee break, but I would like to give the opportunity for about 5 to 10 minutes of questions, if there are immediate questions regarding the preparation of the summer 2023. Please also write your questions on the yellow cards, and we will do our best to answer them tomorrow. I've seen a hand here, I think. No, I go with Pansa. A short question, please.
Unfortunately, I got more topics than one.
But please keep it short.
I will try. First, I would like to mention about our budgets. We got here the sentence managing the new normal. I know that it's connected more to the COVID, but it was great, the sentence before 24th of February. Right now, I think it's a little bit untasty, especially when we think about people who are dying over Ukraine. And we should stop thinking that this is the normal situation. So this is just on the side, but I would like to go back to your presentation regarding delays, regarding the military exercises. I would like to correct something, because you show that Air Defender will be over the Germany. It's not true. The Air Defender goes also to Poland, to the north part of the Poland. So we can expect a lot of movement, military movement, OAT traffic, which definitely will have the impact for civilian traffic. I'm not going to talk about any other military activity like Baltops and so on. You probably know about it. But I would ask one question to network manager. To find out the best routing and to reduce the delays, it's necessary to have correct information about the airspace and most recent data. Unfortunately, you need about the one ARAC cycle to put the data into the system. So are you going to do something with it to increase the time of putting the data into the system? Thank you so much.
Okay, just about Air Defender, this was just an illustrative picture. So we know very well that Air Defender has international components, not only to Poland, but also to Central and Southeast Europe. And all this is very well in hand. And as I've said, this preparation is ongoing, actually. And at the right moment, when we will have better details in terms of the activation of the areas and of the real planning, of the more actual planning of the exercise, of course, we will enter into a very significant coordination process about it. Of course, all the other military activities, we are very much aware. As I have mentioned, there are about 100 military exercises that are included in each edition of the Rolling Knob, and all of them are being taken care of depending on the nature of the exercise, either in the more strategic phase if it requires more preparation, or in the more tactical phase if it's just a normal exercise. I pass over to Stephen on the update of the airspace, but just to say we can do any update at any time.
Absolutely. We can't magic people out of the box like no stakeholder can magic new people out of the box. But clearly, with long-term changes that are well notified, we need a longer period of lead time. And with those more tactical ones, we can really do act in a much more agile way. And finally, with a view to tomorrow's part of the forum, of course, with the changes in our system and INM, we'll get even greater flexibility and with hope, even the B2B connectivity for NSPs to do their own updates in some format in due course. So it's coming, it's on its way. And as my colleague says, of course, we can be exceptionally flexible. The experience we had this last few months with the Chinese junk returning to Earth in October, November shows how flexible and reactive we can be. We clearly don't want to be in that position all the time, otherwise we'll be completely unreactive. But there is certainly a happy future ahead in that front.
And another good example was the fatidic night of 24th of February, when everything was closed, the new military areas have been created, everything has been put in place, bang on time, not at the next Iraq cycle. So, any other questions from the floor about the preparation of the summer 2023? Anything from the airlines, from other NSPs? Yes, please. Could you please mention also the organization and the name so that everybody also on the streaming know who is asking the question? Many thanks.
Good afternoon, Neubertová from Civil Aviation Authority, Czech Republic. I have a question. We are facing the problem with the regulation for the military exercises. You know, when the traffic is regulated, usually flights or crews are asking for the exemptions from the slot. So did you discuss this issue? Because, you know, when there are plenty of exercises, those exemptions are going up. Thank you.
Thank you for the question. If I follow it properly, then exemptions are always, requests are always dealt with in the most effective way possible. Of course, if everyone wants an exemption, then we're going to have some nasty business when the exemptees arrive in the place where the military activity is going on. In the tactical sense that the ANSPs and the controllers will have to then move the traffic around. But surely I'll catch you afterwards in the coffee break and try and get a bit more understanding from you and see what we can do from our perspective to help.
But just to make sure, if we are talking about OAT traffic and not general air traffic, the OAT traffic, so military traffic operating as OAT, is not subject to any ATFM measure. The GAT traffic might be subject, but depends on the nature of the flight and if this flight is or not eligible for a restriction. But OAT flights, we are not processing currently OAT flight plans, and OAT flights are not subject to any ATFM restriction.
Sorry, just for confirmation, those flights, actually, we have flight plans where are, you know, going to the system, and military pilots are giving us these requests for exemptions. And it was discussed that should be, you know, solution via military cell in NMOC. But however, so far nothing happened. So we are still facing these requests for approval or giving these exemptions.
I think we need to give get some concrete examples to see exactly about what is the subject, and we are going to help you and sort out the problem. But we need some concrete examples from you. Any other questions? If not, let's go for a coffee break, and let's maintain the half-an-hour coffee break in order for everybody to be able to have a coffee, because there are lots of colleagues here. We will start the next session at 16:10 with the risk of finishing around 17:35 instead of 17:30.
Okay, time to go to session 3, the last session for today before the network drink. The session is called Strategic Planning, Implementing the Network Strategy Plan, and it is Razvan that is moderating.
Very good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. We will try to keep you awake with a number of interesting subjects that we will be addressing today. The first part of the presentation will make a scan of the network strategic projects, looking in subjects that are in process of being implemented or trialed as part of the implementation of the network strategy plan, operational improvements, technical improvements in the NM systems, and what is in the pipeline for the future. Then, this will be done together with my colleague Pino Ancampora, who is the head of the projects coordination unit, and he is in charge with the implementation of the network strategic projects in the area of cooperative traffic management, flight data and flight plan exchange, advanced flexible use of airspace, etc., etc., etc. Then after, you will see which are those aspects, and there will be some interesting subjects there, like, amongst other things, implementing complexity in the network management systems, talking about the dynamic RAD and how we are going to have a better approach towards the flexible use of airspace, etc. Then we will have an overlook with my colleague Ivan Pendachansky on the network operations concept, indicating which are the more medium long-term developments that we were envisaging through the development of the network operations concept. And this is very important because on this basis we will evolve other more detailed operational concepts in the meantime, and we will also develop the INM system, about which we will hear a little bit more tomorrow. And last but not least, and I hope this will keep in the room all of you, because this will stay between this subject and the evening cocktail, it will be the implementation of FFIs that will be presented by my colleagues Magnus Malbeck from the CESAR Deployment Manager, and I will also briefly support him on a number of subjects related to implementation of FFIs. So quite interesting projects for this afternoon, and let's move on, Pino. So the first presentation addresses the network strategic projects and the CP1 compliance, and I think this is very important. So how we are actually consolidating the technical and operational evolutions. We have a network strategy plan that was adopted in 2019 for the reference periods 3 and 4. This was discussed in the network cooperative decision-making processes with inputs from all the operational stakeholders from the states. It was consulted also with the states, and eventually, following the endorsement of the Network Management Board, it has been approved through a decision of the European Commission. Then we have developed a high-level network concept of operations. Over the last 4 years, we had 2 versions of this. The first one was adopted in the spring of 2020, and the second one last summer, and this will be subject of the presentation later on, why we had to revise it to take into account the latest developments in the network and the latest challenges in the network that we have seen through the COVID period, but also other challenges that we had in the meantime, and making sure that we include in this network concept of operations much better interfaces related to the infrastructure, on how the infrastructure plays a major role to enable operations in the network, but also to address aspects related to environmental challenges and to resilience. Then we have an NM interoperability strategy that we will be addressing in the course of this presentation with the implementation of another important CP1 requirement, that is the SWIM implementation under AF5, and we will explain where we are with all that. And of course, the network operations plan, implementing the network strategy plan. All the detailed plans concerning the network strategic projects are described in the network operations plan. All this forms a cohesive package responding to network strategy, concepts, and performance needs, and they form the backbone for the future developments that we are foreseeing in the new INM system for network operations. A little bit about the network strategic projects and the CP1 compliance. In the context of the network management functions and the network manager activities, the main ATM functionalities of the Common Projects Implementing Rule refer to the ATFM functionality 3, that is related to flexible use of airspace and free route airspace, to the ATM functionality 4 related to air traffic flow management, and to the ATM functionality 5 related to SWIM. And you can see here a number of examples of what has been already implemented in the NM systems. We did not put here the full compliance matrix, but the good news is that by this very date, the network manager is compliant with the requirements put on it from the CP1 implementing rule. And by doing that, we are enabling the compliance of the operational stakeholders, because without our compliance, you cannot be compliant, because you cannot benefit from a number of network functionalities in order for yourselves to implement the obligations that are put on you in this respect. And of course, a number of those subjects will be addressed in the context of the current of this session. So at this point in time, for this moment in time, I would say we are in full CP1 compliance. And in order to demonstrate that, my colleague Pino will start going now through a number of network strategic projects, explaining to you in detail where we are now, where we expect to be in the course of this spring and in the course of this summer, and a little bit a longer outlook on where we expect to be in the future, also through the implementation of INM. Pino, good luck.
Thanks, Razvan, and good afternoon, everyone. It will be a bit of ping pong in this presentation with Razvan. And you give me, I have two challenges, I would say. The first one is to make my presentation in less than 20 minutes. I'm quite talkative, so I'll try to do my best. And the second, to keep your attention, because at 4 o'clock in the afternoon is also a big challenge as well. So I start with, as I said, I will go a little bit in detail of some the three strategic projects mentioned by Razvan. I will start the CTM. This picture is just to impress you, to say that we are doing a lot of stuff. In reality, to summarize in simple words, we are improving a lot of the cooperation between the different partners in order that we can have a more efficient procedure in place. I will now, if I dig in a little bit more in this CTM roadmap, we have two major areas that we are addressing to improve the usage of targeted measures. This is to minimize or to reduce the need to have the classical ATFM measure to be more fine-tuning, therefore to reduce the overall detail. And the other one is to, let's say, improve the monitoring of the performance, improving the measurement of this performance and the simulation activities in order that we can also try to identify the best measure we can apply. That this is also an important step we are looking for. All this through a number of enablers in terms of improving algorithm, improve what if capability of the system, that it helps the two different areas that I mentioned before. We have a so-called stepped approach. We started with the simple stuff and we start to improve or introduce more and more complex elements. And I will mention a couple of them. One is the STAM RRP. So we are using the rerouting proposal mechanism to propose STAM. In this case, we are trying to improve the collaborative decision process between FMP, NM, and airspace users. Until 26 today, let's say we started to use with the usage of defined scenarios. With 27, we will introduce a new capability to use this kind of process also for the definition of ad hoc measures. We will start with the trials. We will start with a few INSPs that help us in looking at this improvement, and then hope sooner or later will come operationally. The other one is the usage of the occupancy count. Occupancy count, you know quite well, is a way to improve the way of monitoring the traffic load. And with this, we want to try to introduce occupancy regulations that could be, again, a bit more precise compared with the standard application of the regulation. We are in the phase to introduce a new technical change that will come with the 27. We will have a number of trials with some of the volunteers, FMP, and after these trials, the idea is to offer this opportunity later on to any FMP. The other area in DCTM that we are working a lot, we spend a lot of resources improving the flight efficiency process. We do in a different way, but the final goal is to get a benefit in terms of economic and environmental benefit, and overall improving the planning process. We discussed before this morning predictability versus dynamicity and so on. I will come back on this later on. To improve the planning operations that will help the network, the overall network performance. One of the ways to improve this flight efficiency is through this system support, this what is called the opportunity tool. So the opportunity through our system to detect eventually any kind of opportunity for the airspace users to improve their flight plan, again, improving the flight plan. And this is done through the definition of, to be more precise, instead of the standard way of notifying to airspace users opportunity, to define dedicated templates that each of the aircraft operators can coordinate with us to define the parameters that are more relevant for them in order the system is tailored to identify only the options that really make sense for you. And this is another way to have a better process in place in terms of notification to you to be sure that you can take on board this information. This is the general opportunity tool. So with this kind of usage of template, that we have more than 70 customized template currently, and anyone is free to ask us to define this template. The opportunity tool is flagging this flight that the system, not we, the system identify an opportunity for you. You can scroll down all the different opportunities, not only one, depends on the parameter that we have selected. We can find the different options, and then you decide which of them makes sense for you, because at the end, you are airspace users, you are the originator of the flight plan, you are the owner of the flight plan. It's up to you the decision to accept or not. We can also offer the opportunity to receive directly a message, RRP message, if you want, again, saying that this is the best option we have identified. And then the same as before, up to you to define the proposal. We don't stop with where we are. We have a lots of improvement plan in the 27. We try to catch as much as possible with the 27 that is currently the last one for the current system, to improve the performance of the algorithm, to facilitate the identification of opportunities. This is quite important in free route environment. That becomes a little bit more difficult, plus other improvement that I'm not going one by one, but certainly all of them are aiming to improve the usage of the template, to improve also the feedback to us. We will have the functionality that you will tell us whether you like or not a proposal, to fine tune better the kind of information we can share with you. And last but not least, also improving this process via B2B. It's not the end of the story. We have also in the pipeline additional improvements that will come in INM, probably, definitely. And one of them is, for instance, the opportunity to have a full and automated rolling process of this GRRT whenever there is a change produced by AUP, UUP. This is one of the changes that are embedded in the overall CTM project. So the CTM project, I show where we are. We still have in the pipeline a number of improvements that will come later on. For the time being, we do not sit and wait INM. We will work for INM to define new requirement for the system and see how much we can exploit the current capability. So we are looking at improving the GRT asset, improving target time and any other measure, including the flow monitoring and so on, and system support. The next project is flight plan and flight data exchange. I will not spend too much time on this because we have another presentation later on about release 1. We are looking in 3 major directions. One is linked to the standard fixed SIM that are evolving. Another one, the support to ICAO to define the standardization at the worldwide level. And the third one is the stepped approach we use for the implementation of FFIs. For the quickly for the cooperation with the ICAO is essential to be sure that we can have standard applied worldwide. Is not a European business only, is not whatever. So we need to do at a worldwide in the same direction. We are contributing a lot to achieve this harmonized approach. For the FFIs, I said not too much because we'll come later on another presentation. We have implemented a number of services according to CP1 in different steps, in different phases. All the greens are covered. The third phase, that is what left in a certain way, is focusing on the planning services. That is a service optional, not required by the CP1 regulation, but is an important one we want to work because this could be the way to receive from you the desired flight plan, not polluted yet by restriction or other stuff, in order that we can, at the network and the cooperation with the local, try to organize the resources, the capacity to match with your desired trajectory. This is an important one and is not mentioned here. The next step is also the FFI's release 2 that is looking at the airborne phase. That is another way to share information for the airborne flights in order that we can also, at that point, already in flight, improve downstream predictability for the other sector. So there is a lot of stuff boiling. We have also prepared lots of documentation to support the implementation of the release 1 that is coming. You will know later on which are the schedule. For this project, last but not least, to mention about the implementation, we are planning for 27, so April this year, about the improved OAT flight plan. So this is a long story that for years we were speaking about this idea to allow IFPS to process OAT flight plans, and now becomes a reality. So this is, I'm a bit proud because we push a lot of this. We will have an initial implementation only for a few states, pioneer states, 3 of them. We will have a simple receiving, processing, validating the flight plan, and then distribute to the interested partners. But it's a good step forward. So it was a big achievement for us to have this in an M release 27. Now I move on my favorite projects, my babies, I call. One is the AFUA, that is Advanced Flexible Use of iSpace, that I worked more than 20 years in this area. So this picture in the nutshell provide a visualization of where we were and where we are going, and the right side in blue. Most of them are already implemented. Some of them are still under validation with CESAR, or we are working directly in the strategic project. In short, the idea is that, if I can synthesize with a few words, we want to improve the dynamicity, we want to improve the predictability, and we want to be sure that everyone is aware what's going on. You say, how so? I just anticipated the Q&A session. How is it possible? It is difficult. We don't like easy stuff, but it is possible. I put always a practical example, the evolution we had from AUP to the UUP rolling. So the AUP was several years ago. We have only this one, D-1 plan, And then the day of operation, any change that normally happens were treated tactically. So very flexible, but highest level of unpredictability due to tactical operation. With the UUP now, we have the possibility every 30 minutes to notify us changes in the airspace, that these changes automatically can be shared with the aircraft operators and they can update their flight plan. That means improve predictability. Of course, if everyone does the proper work. So, but it is an example of the two not necessarily are contradicting each other, but they can go together. One of the areas we are working a lot in this advanced flexible user space project is the integration of the airspace management and traffic flow capacity management. That is the natural step, are two sides of the same coin, if you want. The two are going together. We have the few examples where we see is no more ASM issue, but it becomes also ASM, ATFCM solutions that comes together. If you start to speak about the usage of restrictions, the usage of MPZ or whatever, it's evident that ISM part is not the only one responsible. If I add other example like the dynamic RAD that I will mention later on, it's evident they need to be together. We have already in the trials a few examples that the dynamic RAD was able to provide some relaxation, so improved trajectory, and this trajectory was passing through an area. So if the area is active, all the benefit of the RAD restriction are lost immediately. So there is a need to have these two components together. We have the number of improvements plan for 27, that also for the AFUA is the last one, at least for the what we want to improve in the short term, I would say. We have a number of improvements, both in terms of facilitating the CDM process between local and the network manager, and we have other improving the notification to the airspace users. I just mentioned the last one, single CDR category. Finally, we are moving to have all the CDR1, even from a technical point of view. So from the next, after 27, you will not see anymore the reference to the CDR2. We have a number of other improvements like the management of scenarios that will facilitate the coordination of cluster areas that could have an effect on traffic flows between MC and the network manager. It's important to clarify that will not have an impact on the aircraft operators because they will see in a AUP the same kind of information, so the areas. So we try to minimize the effect on the airspace users systems. Dynamic RAD, another baby for me, is the last for this short presentation. These are the conclusions of the final report after the trial we made 2 years ago. I will not go one by one, just to say that at the end of the story, all the partners agree to go ahead. So we got the green line, is a good idea, let's proceed on it and see which step we need to do. So one of the first steps is to identify which kind of technical improvement we can implement to promote the usage of the dynamic RAD. We look at a lot in the outcomes of the trials, also in terms of qualified information provided by the different stakeholders. So one of the improvement in the AUP that remain at this stage, the tool to manage the dynamic RAD, in the future we'll see with INM. So one is to allow the direct management of the restriction for those involved or heard already about dynamic RAD. During the trials, we use this fictitious triggered zones because the system is defined to play with the areas, and then you can add how many restrictions you want. The idea is to get rid of these triggered zones that are not published in any national publication and allow the system to manage directly the restrictions. And the other one also to promote again the management of this dynamic RAD was to allow the FMP to manage directly the restriction, being more related to FMP responsibility than AMC. Some of the states clearly said, without this, we are not ready to play. We'll give them the chance, so which other excuse you can find. So both of them required a certain changes in our system, not easy change, I would say. The first one is the introduction of new types of restriction, what we call AUP RAD, different from the others, FUA-RAD or FUA restriction, because the other two are totally linked to an area that is activated. And then I said you can link any kind of restriction associated to the area. This is a completely new category, new animal, de facto has no link at all with the area. So you manage directly this restriction. To do this, we were forced to introduce this new category, AUP RAD. And this kind of information will be afterwards notified in the AUP, in the European AUP, through a new dedicated tab, and both of them implies, also this implies a change of a technical system, not only from us, but also from all the different actors, local SM tools, and last but not least, CFSP's aircraft operator systems. So for these changes that are not minor, the idea is to organize what we call transition period that we hope is never-ending transition. So we hope at a certain point we can jump on it, but we need to give time to all the partners to update their system. And of course, when we start, we realize this, one of the options say, okay, what we'll do until everyone is ready. Do nothing is not an option. So the idea is to continue, let's say, in the frame of the trials we used during the validation period, to continue with the same kind of mechanism, so-called long-term trials. First, to allow NSPs to propose or start continuing playing with the dynamic RAD, to get also confidence on this. It's not easy to digest, I would say. So far, we have an IRE and DSNA that started last year. We have other in the pipeline. And of course, to the airspace users to take effective benefit in terms of opportunity offered by the dynamic RAD. So this is a process that we expect to continue until we have the full migration by the different systems. So we need a certain roadmap from the stakeholders to say when they could be ready in order that we can jump afterwards in the normal operations. One, in the implementation that we are discussing, there were some points that still are to be clarified in a certain way. First of all, which RAD we are speaking about. So if I look at the RAD document, we are speaking of more than 12,000 restrictions. So if you tell me tomorrow all of them will become dynamic, I would say, I believe not. So there will be a need to select or to identify which RAD are more effective to be managed dynamically. But certainly we do not make at this stage, at least, a differentiation between types of RAD that could be used dynamically. And if I look at the structure of the RAD document, de facto there are two categories, if I can say. One is categories of flow rules that imply some restrictions, so level capping and so on, FUA and the others. And another one that is providing some planning facilitation in terms of option to the aircraft operators, like the en route DCT. Now, if I look at the dynamicity of the process, of course, the notification we do through the AUP-UP, keeping the meaning of these two categories is to use AUP for the first category to notify the activation of the restriction, and in the second category to notify the activation of the facilitation. So they are working in two different ways, the information. Now, this is a topic to discuss a little bit, saying we would like to have an harmonized approach that the message is the same, go in the same direction, or being de facto processed via B2B, so via system to system. It's enough that the publication is to be considered reflecting the information that is in the RAD document. So this is a topic that needs to be clarified. RMG will be the working arrangement that will take care of this. Of course, what we would like to do an easy implementation for you and for everyone in order that there is no risk of misunderstanding. And with this, Razvan, I finish my part. Back to you again.
And of course, we will have opportunities for some questions a little bit earlier, but this gives you the picture of where we are now, of what we have done now on all the network strategic projects and the good alignment that we have with the CP1 requirements. Another important topic is the interoperability strategy, and I would like to highlight here two aspects. The first one is the transition to the SWIM policy that has been adopted by the Network Management Board following consultation with the network directors of operations and with the network technical directors. This transition to SWIM policy is again implementing the requirements of the CP1 implementing rule, and the agreement was to set a sunset date for 31st of December 2027 for 3 messages. We plan to decommission the provision of those messages through other means other than B2B by that date, and of course any new user will only be provided with the NM B2B connection. I would like also to recall to everybody that we are asking the ANSPs, the airlines, everybody who is involved in that to provide us with their transition plans until 2027. This policy has been agreed in the course of 2021, 2022. So we gave a 5 years pre-notification for the decommissioning of something that is really, really minor, I would say. And we hope that this will work. For the rest of the messages, for some of them, the plan is to decommission beyond 2027, but the sunset date has not yet been set. For a number of messages, this policy is not applicable. And as you can see in the description of this slide. Very important also is to mention that all our services are now SWIM compliant. They are conformant with the EUROCONTROL specification for SWIM, are operational and are published in the European SWIM registry. This is very, very important because again, this enables your compliance. The only services where we do not have this compliance is on as consumer of meteorological information services and volcanic ash information because our suppliers are not SWIM compliant. But for everybody else, for absolutely everything else, we are fully SWIM compliant, fully aligned with the CESAR deployment program and with the CP1 implementing rule. And this is very, very important for your compliance again. And we are a little bit ahead the deadlines, I would say. There are hundreds of organizations relying on those services, and we could not afford not to be ready before the target date in order to allow your compliance with those requirements. Then a little bit about the implementation of nConnect. We are progressing well with the implementation of nConnect on the areas related to the airspace HMI, the dynamic network plan, the RAD and the CAL HMI, the flight HMI, the flow HMI. And this is very good because it will help in the next steps that you will see tomorrow for the transition to INM and the digital platform. And very shortly, we will come to you with an update plan on how we want this transition to happen in order to find the cheapest, fastest, and best technical and operational solution to transition all our systems and all our interfaces, to the digital platform and to progress with the development of new functionalities. This has been discussed also with a number of ANSP's CEOs, and on the basis of this approach that will be discussed in the coming weeks internally with respect to the digital platform and INM evolution, we will initiate discussions as part of the work that is currently ongoing on the development of the ATFM ASM CONOPS, for instance, on the development of the new tools that will support you yourselves in making progress with a more dynamic ATFM and airspace management. And why not, we'll address one of the operational excellence aspects related to the harmonization of the local tools and gradually progressing through with the full support from the network tools. Dear colleagues, this was the presentation of what we are doing in the context of the network strategic projects. We are bang on time with the implementation of all the aspects included in the network strategy plan to this effect, both from an operational point of view, from a technical point of view with our systems, but also from a regulatory point of view with regard to the compliance with the CP1 implementing rule. So this concludes this first part of this session. I would like now to introduce my colleague Ivan Pendachansky. Ivan is well known by yourselves. He's the head of our strategy unit. Ivan has an excellent operational and technical background. He is in charge with the development now of the network strategy plan, because we will review it in the course of this year. He is, I would say, the brain behind the network operations concept, and he is helping all the other teams in the development of the domain-related concepts of operations. Ivan was the author of the 2B services roadmap. He was leading that together with our colleagues for INM, and he has been fully involved in many aspects related to the definition of the INM work. Thank you for that, and the floor is yours on the network CONOPS, Ivan.
Thanks, Razvan. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. It's nice to see in such a big number again here in this room. So I will try to be quite short because it's almost 5. So I will go through to brief you what is contained in the network operation concept in the CONOPS that we developed last year. Just to say that it's not the first instance of this document. So we have 4 rounds. However, by somehow it remains a widely unknown document. It's mainly for the directors at the level of NetOps and OpenDTEC. But for the rest, it's widely unknown. So we have the first and second release that they are related to the previous edition of network strategy plan and to the previous reference periods. We have third edition that was done just before COVID, so in a very tight schedule following the nomination and adoption of the current edition of the network strategy plan. And however, what Razvan said, we detected some anomalies there. So we decided to go for a 4th release of this document. And you can see that how the title of this document has been changed throughout the time, going from the concept to framework, with the dates and coming back to concept again. So we done the extensive stakeholder consultation for this document through the NM cooperative arrangements process, going to different teams, to the end OpenDTEC, and finally to NMB. So this is the document. It's widely available, so it's put on the corporate EUROCONTROL website, so you can Google and find it. So what is the purpose of this document? The purpose of this document is to provide high-level view of the target network operation by 2029. Synthesized in the high-level implementation roadmap. The follow-up of the implementation planning is foreseen to be done via the network operation plan, and we address all network components as defined by NM function implementing rule. So why it is necessary? So there are several reasons put here in some kind of puzzle without any particular order. So it's the second level of the operationalization of network strategy plan. So I will come on the next slide on this. So it provides a high-level agreement between the concerned stakeholders what needs to be done in the forthcoming RP3, RP4. It used to update the different types of the roadmaps, operational, technical, that are contained in the network operation plan. It has been used for the network strategic project that Pino mentioned it in the presentation before. So basically, it is not focusing only on the NM functions and tasks. It's also address the complete network. So the interfaces with ATC, with airspace users. So it also have a view on the infrastructure part. What it's important that we develop this to cater a future network system, HNM, future the service roadmap for INM. Also, based on this, we will develop 3 separate ConOpses for the different part of. So it will be for the trajectory ConOps, flow ConOps, and integrated data layer ConOps addressing the CAGD and EAD integration. So it is a multi-purpose document that could be used by everybody for a high level indication what are the expectations in the forthcoming period. So I will come to this operationalization. What does it mean? So we said in the previous slide that with this we would like to do the operationalization of the network strategy plan. So it is the process that is not directly measurable and interfered by other phenomena. So it's a concept that clearly distinguishable, measurable, and understandable by empirical observation. So it means in the broader sense that it is some kind of extension of the network strategy plan to provide more details how the strategic objectives of network strategy plan should be implemented. So what is not? So network ConOps is not the summary of existing document. It does not show how to achieve, but what to achieve. So we are not also rewriting the existing documentation. We put them in a cohesive way and integrating them. It is not planning document, so it's not ATM master plan. It is not a CESAR deployment program or operational excellency program. It is mainly related to the content, what needs to be implemented, not how. So the network ConOps follows the well-known structure of how the ConOps is developed, assessing the current situation, identify shortcomings, assess the impact of performances, addressing the overall cost and benefit of implementing the ConOps, and defining the direction for changes. So here in this ConOps, we have 5 main direction of changes. It's optimized network design, optimum capacity and flight efficiency planning, trajectory and cooperative traffic management, airport and TMA network integration, and network component system and CNS infrastructure. So those are the main direction of change. So each of them have been clustered into 2 groups, reflecting each reference period, RP4 or RP3 and RP4, and they are organized in the different operational phases of the flight, starting from strategic through the execution and finalizing in post-ops. So what is the aim of this ConOps? The aim of the ConOps is that the ATM, the European ATM network in 2029, end of 2029, 2030, would be capable to accommodate 50,000 flights per day in a peak day of 2029, which is approximately 40% increase comparing with the peak traffic demand in 2019, that was 37,000 in endemic area. So again, we are speaking about the peak traffic. So we are not speaking about the stat for forecast. So we got a lot of comments about this. We are speaking that the demand in the summer season 2029, 2030, which we expect that might reach 50,000 flights per day. So we need to do some investments, accommodation of the operational need in this network to cater this demand. We also need to expect maybe bigger demand that needs to be accommodated as well. So in that respect, the CONOPS needs to provide the substantial improvements of the network in terms of capacity, flight efficiency, cost effectiveness, and sustainability. So in order to start building this, we need to have some essential building blocks that needs to be put in place. So they are presented on a slide, that is full dynamicity of airspace organization and utilization that we intend to reach with a big cross-border deployment, cross-border airspace structure and delegation of ATS services where and when required, enhance air-ground data exchanges, full implementation that will be addressed at the after me of FFI Release 1 services, and potentially the integration by some stakeholder, mainly by NM of Release 2. What is important is we need to achieve the continuous trajectory synchronization and information sharing from the planning horizon into the execution. For that purpose and for the next one of fully sharing flight information with all network actors, we are developing a separate CONOPS that is some of you have been already be aware, or it was presented. It's a forwarded network trajectory CONOPS, and we also need fully scalable and resilient ATM network. So we put also the as an indicative high-level roadmap that put in place all requirement components at the network and local level in the time dimension between 2022 and 2029. So what are the major improvements? So the core part was quite well covered, flight and flow, but we make some let's say adjustment there that are needed. We also put more focus on INSP system improvements that are okay. Some of them are local, but many of them have interrelation with the other network actors. We include as a new task that was given to NM, the infrastructure evolution. We defined the roles and responsibility for each actor. So what roles and how the roles of the ATM actor can change by 2029. And there, I think if we go deeply, we can see that many roles, there are new roles, and or the existing roles will be substantially modified. We also come with the operational enhancement coming from our new system, INM, and my colleague Gianni Lenti developed a specific annex, call it NMFC improvement in the context of INM, where we defined what are our expectation from pure operational perspective of the new system. So these are the additional changes that are taken into consideration. I will not go through all of them, but they, as the husband say, are the trigger to start updating this document. So we also need, I think here it's quite important to underline, to include FFI's planning service that was already mentioned, because it will provide more accurate estimation of the traffic demand, also new entrants, and the expected changes of the role and the responsibility. So here we have also for the operational staff, also for the engineering staff in NM and in INSPs. So what are the most important direction for change by 2025? You can see here, it's cross-border freight connectivity with TMA, ISM ATFCM integration that was mentioned in the previous, TMA optimization, extension of the transfer and coordination dialogue capability, multi-slot swapping, FFI release 1, that is the most challenging one. Pagnus will address further. Our tolling network plan and CDM, extended AMAN, AOP integration, integration of small airports, initial delivery of INM with EID CAGD integration, and the swim yellow profile exchanges mandated by CP1 that are hasn't addressed. That is for 2025. For 2029, we have the biggest one we expect to be the delivery of INM. We have additional that it's related to the 4D trajectory management at the network level, enhance the CAPOC process, virtualization, further enhancement of CPD exchanges, further enhancement in ETFMS with a multi-constraint resolver, integration of ATFCM with ATC with the KINAP function, dynamic airspace configuration. So again, those are the major things that might need to happen by the end of this decade. So we use all this information to update the network roadmaps that are published in the network operation plan. We have the evolution roadmap that is identical from the high-level CONOPS. We completely revisited the operational roadmap and aligned with the goals and content of the CONOPS. And we also address the technical roadmap is currently covering dynamic release processes. It will up till NM27, and afterwards we intend to replace this by the technical roadmap that will be developed by KNM contractor, and on this we need to have a full agreement of all operational stakeholders of what will happen and when. So this is the high-level roadmap. So you can see on the left side the 5 direction of changes, and the operational improvements are clustered and tied with this and put in the post reasonable from our perspective time horizon for the implementation. And this is my last slide, so I will give a floor to Magnus and Razvan.
Many thanks, Ivan. So the next presentation that will conclude this session, I think it's a very another very important presentation of this session that will describe to you the requirements for the FFI's implementation from a holistic perspective, from a CP1 perspective, but also what applies to each and every category of stakeholders. Towards the end of the presentation, we will also explain to you how we will start addressing it in a very much cooperative and hands-on manner between the deployment manager and the network manager. Magnus, the floor is yours. Good evening almost.
Thank you, Razvan, and good evening almost to everyone. I'm the one who should entertain you about the regulatory requirement at 5 o'clock in the afternoon. So I look forward to seeing you stay awake for that. So the regulatory framework, it's important to just try to put it in context. Everything that we are working on now in the Society Deployment Manager, including FFIs that we will discuss today, is coming out of the European ATM Master Plan, and leading to the essential operational changes and essentially also the regulation, CP1. And out of CP1, we developed the Society Deployment Program, which is the work plan for CP1 deployment. For the context, it's important to remember the timeline also that you see in the corner down, that everything started 2014. So we have the regulation since 2014. It's not called Pilot Common Project anymore, but it's called Common Project 1 now. And the deadline is December 2025. And the mandate, I will come in on more details later. This is
just on this slide, we were agreeing with Magnus to recall this slide in the context of this presentation to say that the FFI's implementation is fully included in the network strategy plan. And this is a network strategy plan, is not the network manager strategy plan. It is fully included in the CESAR deployment program that Magnus will refer to. It is part of the network operations plan. So this was quite significantly shared with all the operational stakeholders, and it is part of the major implementation programs that have been agreed in all these contexts, letting aside the fact that there is a regulatory requirement for its implementation. Thank you, Magnus.
Thank you, Razvan. Okay, moving further into the details. So in the regulation, CP1, we have 6 ATM functionality. Today, we will focus on ATM functionality 5, which is the system-wide information management. This is the one that is being discussed a lot, but it's sometimes hard to understand because it's an enabling functionality. We have ATM functionality, AF1 to AF6. Again, often we have communicated these functionalities as silos, so each one is their own silo, but actually they all interact. And this is the important one, where SWIM is the glue or the fuel in the middle, making it makes sense, the whole regulation. The Gantt chart, this is just to show you the complexity of it. I will not go into the details. The important is the AF5 deadline, 25, and that the other ATM functionality, they are linked, they are interdependent with AF5, the SWIM functionality. Today, we will focus on a sub-family called Family 561, Flight Information Exchanges. So why are we doing this? This is an important question. So why are we standing here? Why do we have CP1? The answer is trajectory-based operations. The concept that we have discussed for years, worked out, it's a global concept, and it's been promoted for years. It's envisaged as a solution to many of today's limitations. And it's a global concept, as I said, meaning it will bring us global benefits, collaborative decision-making, more accurate view of trajectory, and also a common view of the trajectory. These are some of the high-level benefits. But again, trajectory-based operation is an overall concept where many small solutions fit into the whole. And CP1 is consisting of many of these small solutions that fit into the TBO concept. And SWIM and FFIs is an enabler for TBO. It's a ground enabler of TBO for sure. And the CONOPS, there's a CONOPS under development. I think it was already mentioned by EUROCONTROL earlier. Yeah.
Yeah, and on the next slide is just to recall what was presented in the context of the Network Strategic Projects presentation. We are now, NM is now fully compliant with the FFI's Release 1 services requirements that are included in the CP1 implementing rule. We have been compliant since the releases 25 and 26, the NM releases 25 and 26, and we are implementing further fine-tunings in the release 27, and the first FFI's flight plan has been processed in December 2022. What is important to say here also, in support of what Magnus was showing on the previous slide, is that this is just the first step towards much more significant developments and operational benefits. And if we do not manage to make this first step on time, that we will, all of us, run the risk of not being able to derive the operational benefits of the of what is expected to come after FFI's Release 1. Next to you, Magnus.
Thank you. Okay, the family that I mentioned. So we call them family. This is a subfamily 561 flight information exchanges. Already by EUROCONTROL earlier, Pino mentioned these services. As you see in the regulation, we have 5 services that we will focus on today. The extended AMAN swim service, we will park today. We can discuss that another day. Let's focus on FFI services. So there are the 5 services. I realized that in some of the other slides, you see that some of them are called mandatory, some of them are called optional, but we need to distinguish between the ICAO concept where they have calling some of the service optional and mandatory. Nevertheless, in Europe, they are mandated. So these services that you see here, the publication, notification, trial, filing, and flight data request services are mandated services in Europe for all ATM stakeholders. This is a very important one to not be confused about. And they are being, so they are, as Razvan has emphasized, they are implemented and being provided today. So in the deployment program, this is actually a snapshot of the deployment program. We have tried to provide as much help as possible to the stakeholders, where you see who is going to provide the service, who is going to consume it. And you see, just so we don't get a question on that, airspace users are recommended to use the trial service. So that is true. There's no mandate for them to use that service, but it's beneficial for them to do it. And the services provide the following capabilities, as you see, the filing service, which is a service that the airspace users will have to use to file EFPL. And then there is the trial service, that is the what if, so they can test their flight planning. Notification service will be the departure arrival information. We know it today as departure information and arrival messages that we send today. Publication is the means by which the EFPLs that have been filed by airspace users will be distributed to ANSPs via the NMB2B services. And then we have the flight data request service is the request of supplementary flight plan information, etc., as we know them today, also done via AFTN today. All of this is, of course, via the B2B services that are SWIM compliant, which has been clarified today. And an important element is that it's not the capability of receiving these services that you are implementing only. You're also, CP1 mandates the usage of the information, meaning the information being provided by the airspace users will have to be used in the systems on ground, ANSPs, etc. This is a very important detail. It's not only the capability, you have to use the information. And we will go a little more into details on that later.
Indeed, and on the next slide, what we are explaining is the way in which we have implemented it. Because what we had to make sure is that in any major project, there is always a transition period. And we wanted to make sure that nobody would suffer during this transition period. But of course, the transition period must be very short. So what this means, in fact, if we receive an EFPL, an FFI's, let's say, flight plan, and we transmit it to a receiver that is not yet FFI's compliant, we will translate this into the Flight Plan 2012 format. We can still receive Flight Plan 2012 formats, and we will transmit this in the Flight Plan 2012 format. We can receive FFI's flight plans and transmit FFI's flight plans to the compliant receivers. So everything will be possible to cope with the transition period. But this transition period must be short. Actually, the transition period started already in September last year with the reception of the first FFI's flight plan, and we hope that it will not go very long beyond 31st of December 2025. Back to you, Magnus.
Thank you, Razvan, and indeed, and just to add on to this message, it's important to say that should you, after 2025, still use the translated services, that means non-compliance to CP1. An important message. You need to use the data, so a translation is not an acceptable means of complying with the regulation. So, what system does this impact? This is a question that we often get. So, how does it impact us? And maybe as a rule we can all apply is that the system you today use Flight Plan 2012 data are impacted by a transition from Flight Plan 2012 to EFPL, meaning all systems that you today have Flight Plan 2012 data are impacted. It could be, there are many, it's a non-exhaustive list because I don't have the view into all your organizations, but certainly the FDP, so the operational ATC system of the ANSP is impacted. The airspace users' flight planning systems are impacted. Operational, the AIS, so the Aeronautical Information Service systems, we will get back to that a little later also. Flow system, again, all system where Flight Plan 2012 data is used today. And to remember, today we exchange flight plans, etc., via other means than swim. So this is also something you need to take into consideration. It's not only the usage, it's also the transport mechanism, the exchange mechanism, which is swim in the future after 2025. No legacy protocol for these exchanges at least. So what does it mean again? The change, we can compare it. I think some of us might remember the Flight Plan 2012 transition. That was complicated, some would say, but to that transition, we had no basic flight plan format change. It was mostly to the field content of that flight plan. Some additional fields could have been added also. It was the same exchange mechanism, and yet still we saw a translation to legacy format taking place many years after this hard Big Bang transition that this was. EFPL, so the transition to EFPL is a completely new format on FIXM. It's a new complete format. There are new content, performance data, and it's a new exchange mechanism. We're looking at a huge change here compared to what was 2020 Flight Plan 2012 transition. If we look at the FDP impact, to give some examples, the FDP will have to be able to use the new data that comes with the EFPL, the trajectory data to improve the trajectory fidelity and precision. That it will also have to use the specific performance data, including predicted climb, descent profile, etc., as also is part of the EFPL and FFI's release 1. And there are also additional data that is provided, such as top of descent, etc., top of climb. These are the data, example of data that you will get that you don't have today in the Flight Plan 2012. So this is the hard part, the actual mandate. So I think it's clear, and it has been clear on ground. We have the European ANSPs. These are the mandated ones. It's pretty clear. But when we talk about airspace users, I need to clarify this because it has been, it's more complicated. So we have to look back into the PCP regulation where everybody was still mandated, but in that regulation you saw that flight planning system shall support. Then you have a capital EFPL. Now the E is a small letter in the front, so it's a similar concept or same. EFPL actually became the small E later, but they should be able to process this EFPL. And look at the deadline, 2022. So in PCP regulation from 2014, the airspace users, etc., were mandated to be ready with this last year. So then we go to CP1. It changed a little bit, and we need to look at, I know that I said AF5 in the beginning, but actually we need to look also into AF4, where airspace users and ANSP system must support the exchange of FFI's release 1 filing services once available as set out in AF516, meaning the AF4 deadline, which in CP1 is still 2022. So we passed that deadline, has been pushed to AF5, the swim family. And if we look into AF5, I think it's very clear that operational stakeholder must implement services that support the exchange of flight information, yellow profile as specified in the deployment program related to FFI's release 1 services. And then you have a long list of things, flight plan, route generation, etc. It's the same slide that Razvan just presented, where we mapped the CP1 requirement into the services that you know from FFIs. And now the deadline from 22 has been pushed to 25. Then looking even further into the deployment program, you have milestones associated with all stakeholders. This is a snapshot of the airspace users that they have to consume the NM filing services. And that means that the airspace user system has to be upgraded to use that service to file flight plans. And it has to be used in operation also. So these are clear requirements that we have tried to translate a CP1 regulation into. So the geographical scope, the regulation state as follows: the swim services must be deployed in the EATMN. That is defined in EU Regulation 549 from 2004. Effectively, the mandated stakeholders are ANSPs for FFIs, airspace users, and indirectly, of course, the manufacturing industry are also mandated as they are providing the systems for their customers. Looking at airspace users specifically, it was clarified for even us that there's a global impact on airspace users here, that all airspace users that operate within the EATMN airspace are mandated by this regulation. So we are looking at airspace users' impact beyond Europe of this mandate. And we have a CP1 deadline that says 31st of December 2025. The status of the European deployment, this is data coming from our monitoring exercise. So we have a new monitoring exercise. This is actually from last year's exercise. We just freezed the LSIP database 2 days ago, so I don't have the exact fresh data, but Network Manager, they fulfill their requirements. They have also shown that today. Airspace users, you have maybe all seen the Lufthansa has filed their first operational flight plan, meaning Lido systems are starting to push this out to their customers. So we have airspace users in progress. Air navigation service providers, they're also starting to, so ANSPs are starting to move. So we can only take the data that we have in LSIP, and so far there are no implementation among ANSPs on this matters. There are some reports on that they have this planned, and so far, the first time this year we are hearing about a little delays among the ANSPs who are reporting in LSIP that they're thinking they will be delayed with this implementation. So this is a snapshot of how it looks and how it looked last year. So to try and support the deployment, we have, as you know, the CEF funding, and let's These projects that you see here are candidate project for CEF Call 2022, where there is an FFI's EFPL or FFI's project among these projects, where we have big stakeholders participating into this. So it's a very promising project where we can see both airspace users moving forward with it and ANSP together in a collaborative manner. And this is something we would really like to push for also in the future, to have more of these multi-stakeholder projects to push the FFI's deployment forward. So next steps, yeah, I mentioned it already. We are envisaging, if we see a call 2023, that stakeholder can apply for funding, up to 50% funding to start implementing FFIs. FFIs will be a priority. We really want to move on this one. And this is both on ground and airborne stakeholder, of course. As I mentioned, it mandates all airspace users in the European airspace, EATMN, to adopt FFIs. And the important thing is that we need to ensure we have processes within SDM, and we have tried to use these processes to ensure that there was awareness on the matter. But maybe we need to move even more on this to ensure that everybody knows about this mandate. And again, we also have to support that the data is used on ground. And
I'm coming to stay here nearby my colleague and friend Magnus to tell you that we have had these discussions in a number of important working groups. We have discussed everything that you've seen just now with the airline operations group. We have discussed this in the context of the flight data and flight plan exchange steering group. And we came to the conclusion that we need to do something together, the network manager and the deployment manager. And hence, we were suggesting a common EUROCONTROL and MSDM FFI's implementation support initiative in order to address what needs to be done to speed up the implementation process. We will discuss this at a joint session of the NDOP and NDTech that has been called for the 1st of March 2023. This implementation support initiative aims at ensuring continuous support and monitoring of the timely implementation. And I'm underlining here continuous monitoring, because we need to know at all times where are we with this implementation. It will target all operational stakeholders and will define a roadmap for the necessary steps in order to achieve the target date that is currently stipulated in the implementing rule. And this roadmap will have to take into account also that you, dear colleagues, you will have to test all this with the NM systems. And I'm exaggerating a little bit, but if you all come and tell us on the 28th of December 2025 that you are ready and that you all want to test with us everything by 31st of December, we will simply tell you, no, it's not possible. So we will need to do a little bit of reverse engineering to see the duration period required for the testing, etc. And this is why it's good, for instance, that right now a number of the airspace users and the computer flight plan service providers start being ready, because this helps in the implementation, this helps in the testing, and it also helps in finding if there were any other technical problems. What is also important here, and I'm going to say it in very plain language, we have a European Union rule that has been published in the European Union legal instruments, I would say, in the monitoring, how is it called, in the
no, in the CP1 regulation.
Not in the CP1 regulation, but that is published in the official journal of the European Union. The official journal of the European Union is not known by Korean Airlines, is not known by my very good friend sitting there from United Airlines, is not known by a number of people outside the European Union. And that needs to be formalized now through a publication, initial publication, most probably of an AIC by all the concerned states requesting FFI's compliant flight plans on when we are talking about operations in their airspace, and formally notifying users worldwide about that through a common text. And it must be a common text that is based on the requirements of the CP1 implementing rule and of the deployment program. And that text needs to be agreed very quickly because everybody needs to be notified. And I'm sorry to say it might go even further than just airspace users and computer flight plan service providers, because there might be other originators of flight plans. And of course, after we will have the agreement on the FFI's SARPs that are currently under processing by ICAO, and we strongly encourage all states to support this proposal for amendment to the ICAO SARPs. At the moment of the adoption of the ICAO SARPs, we can consider also with ICAO possibility to make a DOC 7030 amendment. But we need to have a common notification to the international civil aviation community urgently, because otherwise we cannot pretend how others outside the EU would know about that. And of course, during this first meeting, we will make the point on the level of the readiness of the various categories of operational stakeholders and which are the next steps to be taken. This is why we wanted to keep this presentation for the end of the day, because like that we were sure that you will remain in the room. Because it is a very important subject. It is a very, very important subject. It is building our future. All this is building our future, and we cannot afford that this does not happen on time and fulfilling all the requirements that have been set there. It's beyond just a legal requirement. It is beyond a legal requirement. It is about the performance of the network. Any questions for this session? We can take, we started at 16:10, we can take another 10 minutes, 10 minutes of questions. The first question, please introduce yourselves, name and the organization.
Good evening, Anthony Stevens from the UK Civil Aviation Authority. I'm also the UK member of the Air Traffic Management Requirements and Performance Panel in ICAO, which has developed FFIs. My question is, what is the legal basis for requiring operators from non-EU states to comply with an EU regulation?
In this particular context, the requirement in this context will apply only to the EU +2 member states, I would say the ones who have committed to implement. If other states would like to implement, of course, from a network manager point of view, we are ready to do it. And this will be the decision of each state, whether they want to do it or not.
But the presentation has just said that all users of EATM airspace are mandated to use FFI's flight plans. The position of ICAO throughout the whole process of FFIs is there will be no mandate for its introduction and no big bang introduction of FFIs. This flies completely in the face of the ICAO position.
Yeah. Okay, let's this EATMN in this context. It's not the, I would say, the Eurocontrol definition of EATMN. It's the EU definition of EATMN. So in this case, this is applicable to the EU member states +2, I would say.
So what you're saying is non-EU state airlines are not mandated by this regulation?
No, that's
no, the airlines, yes.
Why?
When they are flying through the European airspace, through the EU airspace.
They're not required, they're not subject to EU regulations.
So maybe so, yeah, I fully understand your concern, and it's I think it's a shock for many.
It's not my concern; it's a concern of airlines throughout the world.
Yeah, but still, so the legal requirements, I need to refer you back to CP1 regulation, and if I mean we are just the messengers of the mandate. So the legal requirement you can be found in CP1 plus the CESAR deployment program.
And we asked specifically on this point clarification. SDM has asked clarification from the European Commission, and the clarification was all the users of the EU airspace are subject to that.
I ask again, what's the legal basis for that? Because I suspect some people might take you to court about it.
It's the European.
So European legislation is the baseline, but I think we can discuss back and forth long on this. We can refer to, if you have some legal questions, we can refer you back to the European Commission who can take this discussion. Again, we are the messenger in the middle, just passing it and supporting the stakeholders.
This is exactly the reason for which we need this notification from all states to the users of their airspace. This is the exact very point to make this awareness full. And this will be the state decision how they will need to publish this in full conformity with the CP1 regulation. Any other questions? I told you it's not an easy subject, and it's good that we are finishing with this one because there will be some questions. Any further questions on this? The debate will be anyhow, will continue in the end of NDTech meeting. No other question, but a lot of rumors in the room. If you have questions, please write them on the yellow papers, and we will do our best to answer to them tomorrow. Many thanks for your attention. We are almost on time. I would like to thank to all my colleagues and who have supported those sessions today, and to all our partners who have supported the session today. The cocktail is there, and Ken will tell you all the rest about it. Many thanks.
I won't keep you long from the cocktail. Just want to say that we start at 9 o'clock sharp tomorrow morning, and we start with INM, and you don't want to miss that. So see you at 9 o'clock.